Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 15th, 2020, and we're meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East. Joining us remotely is Board Member Chad Iverson, and I would also like to excuse Board Member Clarine Arnold this evening. So, as we begin our meeting, the first portion of this meeting is our study session. And the first item on this study session agenda is the Midvale City Main Street CDA proposal. This is a first reading, and I will turn the time over to Leon Wilcox and recognize that we have some guests with us. And Mr. Wilcox, will you please introduce our guests that are joining us?
Yes, happy to do so, President Tingy. Let me just go through and introduce people here. We have 3 in person with us and 4 join us remotely. So in person, we have, of course, our great mayor of Midvale City, Mayor Hale. Certainly appreciate Mayor Hale and all the support he gives our schools. He's always out and about and a member of our foundation. So we certainly appreciate the partnership we have with Mayor Hale. We also have Nate Rockwood. Nate is the he's a community development director for Midvale City. Nate has a couple kids in our schools, correct? Yeah, 2. And we also have Cody Hill. He is the RDA manager. And then for Midvale City, then online we have our third-party independent evaluator. That would be Randy Sant. Randy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. And also we have on joining us is Kane Loader, the Midvale City city manager. Kane, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Kane. Welcome. And Matt Dahl, the assistant city manager. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Matt, for joining us. And also City Councilman Dave Gettle. Dave, can you hear us? Dustin, excuse me. Pardon me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Dustin, for joining us.
Thank you.
We're glad that we have everyone here, so we'll be hearing from several tonight. Just let me just give you a brief background and update. We've actually been working with Midvale City for quite some time, or it's been over a course of a few years on this potential CDA going down their Main Street area. And of course, I'll let them give you all the details of that. But as we have met with them as a CDA committee, so Mont, Chad, and myself met with them a couple months ago. And then Randy and I have had a couple follow-up conversations with Nate and Cody. So that's the background. They've gone over our policy and we've gone over the policy with them regarding our CDA or tax increment financing policy. So with that as the background, also Randy and I have had, as I mentioned, have had a couple of conversations. Randy, he and I discussed, we thought it would be best to wait to see if, as the board, if you have any questions or anything you want to address before Randy prepares his assessment and report. And so if you bring this back for a second reading, we'll have that report and any questions you wanted answered or included with that. So we don't have his report at this time. But on board docs, you have their budget that they've presented and gone over with us. You have the interlocal agreement that they are proposing. Then you also have this presentation here that they're going to walk through. So with that as the backdrop, Cody, are you going to go first?
Yes.
Cody will go first and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Leon, and thank you, board. Really appreciate your time and for the opportunity to discuss this potential opportunity to partner in redeveloping this area. This is the clicker. So the question that you really need to ask is, does this line up with your policies on participating in a project area? Because we could present a really amazing project, I think, and it wouldn't meet very many of your criteria. But fortunately, I don't have to do that today. So I thought I'd provide the homework up front and show you how we believe that our project hits or does not hit your criteria. So the green check marks mean we believe that our project is pretty in line with what the guidelines that you're looking for. Yellow means it is almost there or kind of there, and then red means it's not there. And so just going through this kind of line item list of your criteria. So this project does grow the commercial tax base. It looks at putting in 300,000 square feet of Class A office space. It looks at infill development, as well as increasing density in a retail area. So that's a green check. The dollar cap on Canyon School District participation, it's yellow because we have a cap amount on the total that we will receive, but not from any specific taxing entity. And we are looking for participation from all of the taxing entities. We are looking for 20 years participation at 60%, which is listed as acceptable in your guidelines. We anticipate increasing the assessed value of the area while at the same time creating a low impact on Canyon School District. You're looking for a higher contribution from the city than Canyon School District. That one's yellow because we're looking for the same amount, 60%, from all of the taxing entities, though I should note that the city does intend to invest additional revenues from our general fund, from our housing funds, from other sources into this area. So to be very transparent, it's the same amount, but we do anticipate actually pulling in more revenues to support this development. The admin fee, you're looking for less than 3%. Ours is 3% in this budget. That you're looking to receive additional benefits. We believe that there will be additional benefits outside of a purely fiscal scope, so that there are opportunities to partner for housing, for education. We do demonstrate an economic benefit, additional jobs, higher assessed value, and more revenues through property taxes. And then also to collaborate on setting aside housing funds to benefit Canyon School District employees and other public employees. We do plan on doing that as well. And then the emphasis is on large office over retail. It's split about 50%. 50% of the focus is on large office, while 50% is on smaller retail. This isn't, we're not looking for a Walmart or a Costco. This is very small boutique retail along Main Street. Does not include detached single family or TOD housing. The area does include detached single family homes as well as TOD, though our focus on what we're going to invest money in is not housing, single family detached housing. The project triggers within 3 years. We're looking to trigger by March of 2024, which is 3 years and 4 months from today. So by the time if we decide to partner on this, it would be pretty close to 3 years. The project creates high-paying jobs. We believe that will be the case, especially with the Class A office space. The project provides partnership opportunities for education. We believe that it does. And my colleague Nate will go into that in the Arts Center and the possibilities to partner there for education. The project has support from other taxing entities. We don't know yet. You're actually the furthest along. We're working with the county and with the fire district right now. We have our meeting scheduled in January for the fire district and as well as the county. So you're a little bit ahead of the game, but we have received positive feedback from both of those taxing entities. And then once we have a determination from the largest 3 taxing entities, from School District U, from the county, and from the fire district, then we'll look to the other smaller taxing entities for support. The term doesn't exceed 20 years. It does not. We're looking for 20 years. The performance of agencies' previous projects, we've had 2 very, very successful projects. The next slide is actually going to highlight that a little bit more. And then the likelihood of the area developing without your support. So basically the but for, which is a very big question. Are you looking to create development where in the absence of support from public entities, there wouldn't be development? Or is the opposite true? Is this going to develop anyways, and we're just kind of subsidizing the development on the back end? And I think we have a very strong but for in showing that support from the local taxing entities really is necessary. But I'm going to invite Mayor Hale up to talk a little bit about the other 2 project areas, as well as this project area is the goals and the vision.
Thank you. And Madam President and Board, it's good to be with you. I've got a book here that the Midvale Historical Society put together back in 1979 that's got some pretty classic pictures of Midvale's Center Street and some of the old mills. And so I'm going to start it over here. You can finger through the slips there and try to get an idea of the character, the historical character of the area that we're talking about. First of all, you'll notice on the left side of this is called the Bingham Junction RDA. If you've lived in the area long enough, you may remember there was a water treatment plant, sewage treatment plant there at one time, and there were mounds and mounds of tailings, black tailings, and those were all carted off with a deal with the EPA in the in the early 2000s, and this ground here was made into an absolute jewel of redevelopment. It is full of residential on the far north and the far south, and it's got a very prominent commercial area along 7200 South and Bingham Junction Boulevard, with stores like Winco and recreation like Topgolf. And then our most recent RDA is the Jordan Bluffs RDA. It was a steel mill, and it was actually turned into a Superfund site, as was Bingham Junction. But the Jordan Bluffs was much earlier in the EPA method of handling Superfund sites. They just put dirt over the top of it, 20, 30 feet deep, and said, put a sign on it, don't dig here. And it didn't have a lot of value in our taxable value. You can see on the middle of the slide there that, in fact, the Bingham Junction originally had a taxable value of $2,600. For all of that, $2,600. And now its taxable value is $7.336 million. Did I get the decimal place? No, it's 733, isn't it? There is 1,000 times off. $733.6 million. So that's what an RDA in this middle of the valley can do. And we are taking maximum advantage of that. The RDA, Jordan Bluffs RDA, is going to be the operations headquarters for Zions Bank. They're going to have 400,000 square feet there and employ somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 employees. And there will be more housing, more development of commercial areas south of the Zion Bank area in our master plan development. So Midvale's done really well making use of these, what were once impossible properties to develop. If you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, that's my part. Dong. I got it, thanks. Okay, so this RDA, the Main Street RDA, features the property from 7200 South on the north to Center Street on the south. And the sides are Holden Street, which is more or less 700 West, and I-15. It encompasses 117 acres. In 2015, over 5 years ago, this project area plan was adopted by the City Council to work in this area. And we had a small area plan adopted 3 years later. So it's taken a while to philosophically figure out what could be done and the best method to get it there. In 2020, earlier this year, the city council adopted the form-based code, which gives direction on how buildings will look and how they place themselves. So it'll have less of a helter-skelter development. And then later this year, we also adopted the project area budget. There. So the project area goals are going to be taken care of by Nate, or is this still mine? This is still yours. Okay, I'll keep going. We want to preserve and enhance the historic character. In that book that I passed around, you can see several pictures of how Midvale's Main Street looked through the ages. And many people look at Main Street now and they go, wow, this looks like the 1950s or earlier. It is. It's amazing that many of these buildings you can find in all the photographs that if you stand out on the street corner, you can say, oh yeah, that one's this one. So it has a character about it that is preservable. Many developers come and say, I want to work here. I want to develop something along here. This is so unique. And really, where is another Main Street that's been preserved? Well, Magna had a little one. Murray has one on State Street. Sandy had one. You have to go to Park City, maybe Provo Center Street. They've got unique center or Main Street areas like this. It's, they've all but disappeared in most cities. And so we want to make sure that this one has an opportunity to resurrect itself and get going. We want to enable and promote higher density development. There's a lot of vacant lots within Main Street or underperforming or vacant buildings. And we have people that want to fill those buildings and they want to take advantage of the space, not only along Main Street, but behind it. This will increase the taxable value of the area remarkably. It will create a sense of place. Because when you look at those photos in the book and you look there, you know you're in some place that has character, has history, and it's been preserved rather well. And so our position is that will always be an economic driver for the right developers. And so with the right plan in place, we can attract those who want to invest in this real estate. Okay, now, there you go, Nate.
Yeah, so as the mayor said, those are our goals for Main Street. As you can tell, this is a pretty different redevelopment area than what we would say in Jordan Bluffs or Bingham Junction, where we're seeing new development taking advantage of vacant land that's been cleaned. This really is a lot about infill development and trying to make the density come into that area that'll increase the tax value, make it so there's activity that's going on in the area so that it has a vibrant feel. We want it so that it's a mixed use feel. We have retail and we have a lot of art type retail and businesses planned, as well as residential that fits into that mixed use development. While doing all those things of preserving the feel of the street and making it someplace that the community wants to go. We really see this as a development that the locals in Midvale can take advantage of, but is a unique area that all of the Salt Lake Valley can really take advantage of, and it's situated in a good area. So what we want to do and able to increase that density and allow that to happen is we've really taken a look at what's causing developers or property owners from improving the property that they have there, because it's very clear that it's not happening on its own. And so we're specifically targeting things that will support the redevelopment, and then at the same time, continue to maintain that feel, enhance the public art that's there, enhance the ability that people want to come there and hang out, go to restaurants, go to the shops, live in that area and be part of that. So we're really trying to have all these goals lead to creating this sense of place, and this identity that that the Main Street already has, but that we want to enhance it. So when we look at what's causing development not to happen, along Main Street, we have a lot of little parcels that are along there that have little small buildings on them. We want to maintain that feel. Some of those buildings are no longer really valuable because they've just fallen apart and they need to be rebuilt. Other ones fit into that character. But what we want to have be built there, we want to follow that same thing. So that's why we've put that form-based code in it. So we're really looking at, we want it to look and feel the way that a Main Street will look and feel. But we want to fill in all those empty lots, and we want to make it so if someone tears down a building, instead of putting up another single-story building, they put up a 3-story building so that we could have office or residential on top, which increases that property value. One of the barriers to that is parking. Right now, the street can support the parking that is on the street and in those businesses. But when we want to fill in some of those vacant lots where people park now, or we want to add more density, there just isn't enough parking there. A developer on their own with just a small lot or two couldn't come in there and really park it. So we removed all the parking requirements from the form-based code. However, we still know that people need to park, customers need to park, the business owners and the employees need to park. But we don't want them to put all of that on the street. And so what has happened in a lot of main streets, and you can see this in Provo and Park City, is you put these common parking garages right behind the main streets in key locations. So people can get there, but you could basically fill the street up and have a continuity of the street going up and down. So the RDA is targeting doing that parking, this collective public parking that would facilitate the growth that the developers want to see happen, but help them get over that hurdle that right now they're really not able to get over. Another piece of that is there is some power infrastructure that's there. It's such an old neighborhood. You go there and there's literally 1-story buildings with power lines that go 6 inches over the top of it. So when they want to redevelop it, those need to be moved or buried or moved out of the way. So there's some of that infrastructure that needs to be improved. And then also targeted business, the type of business that we want to see, because there's no one anchor sort of tenant that's there. The street itself is an anchor, and the mix of businesses and art areas and all these different components actually bring the vibrancy to it. So if there's a specific business that we would like to see located there, we'd like to put incentives in place to get those businesses there and kind of create that that energy between everyone. So we would guide the development with the tax incentives. We would put small business loans in place to help those businesses that we want to locate there, and then continue to create that connectivity, make the streetscape look good, make it feel like a walkable neighborhood, and a safe neighborhood. And so those are some of the keys that we're looking for in supporting the development. Arts really play a big role in this. I kind of am I don't know what I would call it, like a Main Street junkie. I go around the country and I look at all the different main streets and what works, what doesn't work, how they've made these places unique and make it so that people like to go there. And really a strong sense of arts and culture and businesses that cater to that really seem to be what make these main streets go now. It's no longer, the hardware stores or the pharmacies. It's these unique restaurants, these unique areas that you want to go and spend some time in. And so that's really what we're aiming at here. I'm going to turn the time over to Dustin Gettle. I think I'll just work the slides for him, and then he can go ahead and speak to these slides.
Thanks, Nate. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I've never done one of these just by phone, so I wanted to make sure. My name's Dustin Gettle. I'm a city council member. My city council district actually includes pretty much all of what you've just heard about: the Bingham Junction project area, the Jordan Bluff project area, and the Main Street project area. Also, just before I get into my slides, I just wanted to take a quick moment and thank you guys, the Canyon School Board, also your administration, your faculty and staff. You guys have demonstrated leadership over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think you need to be recognized for everything that you've done. Elected officials, we often get to make decisions that impact people's lives, but in 2020, you guys have saved lives, and I want to personally thank you for what you've done. To the task at hand, anyway. Sorry for that aside. I just had to thank you guys for that. So I have a fairly unique perspective on how the RDA can work with our taxing entities. I've actually lived in the Jordan Bluffs. I live in the Jordan Bluffs project area now. I lived in the Bingham Junction project area as well. So I can attest there's an exciting energy that exists in these newest neighborhoods that you've definitely been a part of. In fact, if I look out my window right now, I can see there's a variety of housing options here that was, as Mayor Hale mentioned, used to be the EPA Superfund with the sign, "Do not live here." Well, people live here, and I'm one of those people. So my piece during today's presentation is going to focus on a topic residents all across the city have indicated to me that's vitally important to the success of Main Street, and that's enhancing public art throughout the project area. We feel very strongly that if we establish an art center on Main Street, that would definitely satisfy the community's desire. It's also going to help preserve the cultural history that already exists here, such as the Midvale Main Street Theater and some of the other historical nature that Mayor Hale went into. Just as an aside, we often, pretty much everyone's at least seen something at Midvale Main Street Theater, but some of the actors who've been there have gone on to bigger and better things. I was just talking to a friend of mine who I didn't realize had some of his earliest performances were at the Midvale Main Street Theater, and just before COVID-19 hit, he was doing some off-Broadway stuff. So it's not only a destination for people to go and see, but also it can be used as a springboard for bigger and better things, like I mentioned. Another thing that we've had success with are murals and other public art. We've done this in other project areas, and every time we do, people come out to say how much they enjoy. Even something as simple as painting. We did a mural project of our Rocky Mountain power boxes along Junction Boulevard, and they've really had a lot of positive feedback from the community. And finally, we envision existing art studios that exist now on Main Street. They would be logical location for public art exhibits that not only going to bring visitors from around Midvale, but hopefully across the valley. And if you can flip to the next slide here. Are the slides
Yep.
working again?
Yep, you're ready.
Okay. One of the big topics is the sense of place, and we all kind of know what that concept is, but it can be hard to define. But one thing I hear most often from my constituents is they want to see the historic Main Street be the focal point for arts and entertainment throughout the city. It seems to be, it was the location for it in the past, and it could and should be in the future as well. And this is going to help shape the overall redevelopment of Main Street, we believe. So one of the interesting things is I hear this from the people, like myself, who haven't lived in Midvale their whole lives. I've lived here 5 years, and there are people moving here every day. So I hear it from them, but I also hear it from people who have lived here for several generations. Everyone to recognize the importance and potential of Main Street. And almost unanimously, when we've asked for resident input on our Main Street plan, they've all pretty much always indicated a desire to enhance both arts and culture on Main Street while preserving its history and celebrating it. Everyone knows Vincent's Drugstore, and everyone knows that The Sandlot was filmed in Midvale, as well as other movies that have used our historic Main Street for a backdrop. But even more important than all of this, we all need space to gather and recreate, especially as a vaccine is maybe distributed in 2021 and we actually go back out to gather and recreate. It's a shame that we lose so many people to go to Murray or Sandy or downtown Salt Lake City when, you know, we have a gem of Main Street right in our backyard. So wrapping up my portion here, I just wanted to say that creating a sense of place is hugely important to the success of this project, because not only does it get the foot traffic that we need for, you know, any city to have an active and successful Main Street area, but it also provides Midvale and our surrounding communities someplace new, someplace exciting to experience arts and entertainment again, so that they don't have to necessarily go to downtown Salt Lake City or other cities in the area. People want to see this project developed, and we would certainly love your cooperation in getting that done. Appreciate the time.
So I think we've done a pretty adequate job of laying out what it is that we envision, what our goals are. I'm going to talk real quickly about the numbers. What are the numbers behind it? What do we envision needing financially in order to make this project area a success? And so, as I said before, we have about 3%. We have 3% of the budget going towards admin cost, so $800,000. Although it's not as statutorily required, we have 20% dedicated to affordable housing, because affordable housing, as we all know, is a critical issue in Utah, and Midvale City takes its responsibility seriously to help alleviate the burden of providing affordable housing, especially in Salt Lake County. And then redevelopment activities, so basically the rest of the budget is $20.6 million. The large Class A office space, 300,000 square feet of office space, if the developer comes in and is able to develop that, they will need support in the form of helping with an office with a parking structure adjacent to their offices. And we would envision supporting them at a level about a little under 9 million to help them get their large Class A office space online. And I'll talk a little bit about that, how that is maybe a contingency. So if that does not come to fruition, that we would ask for less money from all of the taxing entities. The parking structures below that, that would be more localized to support the smaller businesses and higher density housing that would go in along Main Street. And then you have money set aside for acquiring property, demolition, making improvements for capital projects and professional services, as well as to support developers. About 1.4 million for public art, and then to repay Bingham Junction, which has sent some money into Main Street to kind of prime the pump and get development initiatives started before we actually get support from the local taxing entities. And so this all adds up to 26.8 million. And then what we would be looking for specifically within the interlocal agreement would be 60%, an effective rate of 60%. So you would give us 100% and we would remit 40% back to you. I believe that's pretty standard with your agreements for 20 years. And the participation cap would be 27 million. So whichever came first, if we received 27 million, we would sunset, or if 20 years went by, with the base year value of tax year 2019, which is, I believe, is about $53 million for the project area. And the trigger date, as I said, would be no later than March of 2024, which is about 3 years away, 3 years and 4 months away. And then with that benchmark, so if within a year after we have triggered, so by March 2025, there's not a Class A office space, then we would reduce our cap amount that we would collect from 27 million to 15.5 million. And so, and really focus our efforts on the smaller developments in there. And so the net impact, so really the important question is this going to benefit Canyon School District? Will this be a net benefit to us? Does it make sense financially? And based on my analysis, the answer is yes. So during participation after build out, which we project 8-year straight line build out, your average annual net benefit would be 463,000. And that's taking into consideration an additional about 9 students, the cost to educate them. And then the total benefit over 20 years would be 8.2 million with a net present value of 5.7. And then I always like to look at, well, what happens at year 21 or that year right after the project area has sunset and you're collecting not 40%, but 100% of the value, and that would be $1.2 million in additional property tax revenue that you would receive. And then I've also provided the information for the $15.5 million cap scenario there as well. And then, as I stated before, there are some significant economic benefits to this project. So if we are able to get that higher cap, if that office building goes in, then we would project about 1,092 additional jobs, and then induced jobs. So then the employees there needing services, needing personal services, groceries, gas, that would generate another 2,400 jobs, just kind of the economic multiplier of that. And then I'm going to turn it over back to Nate to kind of discuss the benefits of this but-for.
I'll go through this fairly quickly. This is just a little bit more detail on, as Cody said, the but-for. If we weren't able to invest in here, there is significant hurdles that any developer coming into the area would have to overcome. And I've talked with lots of developers who are interested in the area, some of them who have bought pieces of property here. And the things that they come back and really say is the city needs to help out with the parking and with the utilities, and we could really make this into something. And so that's exactly what we're trying to do. We've listened to those developers and we're trying to find ways to help them overcome those hurdles. So again, the power lines become a very, quite a barrier there. We'll do the minimum amount that we would need to do, but make it so that those areas could redevelop. One of the bigger areas, when you start talking about the type of stores and things that we want in there, you really want to have a good mix of interesting retail. Again, we're taking the museum, we've moved that to City Park. We're going to turn that into an art co-op where local artists can have spaces and they could create art. The public can come in and view that. They'll be able to do classes there, and then also kind of use it as a community gallery where you could put art up for local artists. In addition to that, you really need restaurants. You really need some vibrancy of where people go after a show. So we really want to create that, restaurant feel there. When you start talking about restaurants, parking becomes very critical because restaurants are very high parking users, and in order to have people in there. You could never put this on the lots themselves. And so what the agency is proposing doing is doing that parking just off of Main Street. So if you look at your map, you have these 3 green ovals, I guess 2 ovals and a circle. Those are pieces of property that the city or the RDA owns already. And we've acquired some pieces of property there so that we could park the Main Street, but additionally, as the demand on Main Street goes up, we could potentially put structured parking there. So we maintain that feel on Main Street where it's not car driven. The cars are actually behind it. And it makes it a much nicer walkable street with all of those lots in between buildings actually being able to be developed. The nice thing about the way these are now, if you could see the arrows, if we were to close down Main Street for an event or a festival or anything like that, people can access these parking garages off of Center Street, off of Holden, so that they can get in and out of the parking garage, walk to Main Street, and not have the traffic congestion that you would have with closing down a major street. So that works out really well. And I think this map just basically shows the same thing. This allows us to keep those smaller lots where people can develop and have that unique feel. The one thing we don't want is for a developer to come in and buy up a whole block and say, now I'm going to tear down all these buildings and build condo buildings there. Once that happens, you lose the feel of a Main Street and people don't want to be there. We have lots of that around the valley already. So that's one of the things we're trying to preserve. So it's a big incentive to a developer where he comes back to me and says, I just can't make it pencil because I can't park what I need to park there. And I say, well, the city and the RDA will build common area parking where we can park you so that you could build out that lot the way that it fits in with the Main Street. And so that becomes a big incentive for any developer for pulling away those parking needs while still providing the keys that parking provide. And then it makes it this walkable, nice space. We don't see it just as Main Street, but we really want to see all of the area in between Main Street and Holden, which is the one that curves around there, develop into an area where people can have this same type of amenity. So it's not just Main Street, but it's the street next to it. And it's also Holden as well, which has some, there's some furniture stores and some design stores on the west side of that street. We would like to see the same type of stuff happen on the east side of that street and then happen on the street that runs up the middle as well. We want to put office space or residential on top of that. That helps bring the increment value in. That also helps flood the area with activity and people. And it also keeps it so that there's eyes on the street all the time. So it makes it a much safer neighborhood. So it does a lot of things at the same time. Those are kind of the big picture of what we're looking to do with this tax increment. And Cody will talk just a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Thank you for hanging in there. We have 2 more slides and really appreciate it, your attention. So the last hanging question is the but for support from the public taxing entities. Would this develop anyways? Would we see growth here, or are we just throwing money after something that's going to happen anyways? And I think looking historically at the value of the area paints a pretty bleak picture. So if we look at the value in 2009, we see that it was 91 million. And then the value of the same area in 2017 had decreased to 75. And then we see a bump up to 89 million between 2017 and 2020. A lot of factors bumped it up. Only 2.3% of that was new growth. Others were reassessment, inflation, and other factors. And so really the effective growth rate is minus 0.27%. So really stagnant over the last decade. And so I think that there's a pretty convincing case that these barriers that we talked about, the power lines, the infrastructure, the parking, are really going to continue to limit growth in this area. So without public support, we'll continue to see either stagnant or even a slight decrease in growth. But with public support, we will see growth. That's the numbers talking. Kane has been at Midvale City for quite some time, and he's just going to chime in real quick about the efforts that the city has made to try and stimulate this area. Go ahead, Kane.
Thanks, Cody. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Board, for the opportunity of meeting with you all tonight. I think I'm one of the last government officials left that was on the original transition team that created the Canyon School District. And thinking back on all that we've been through in these past 15 years, there's been a lot that's happened. And I will have to say that that's one of the best decisions I think that Vale City has ever made was joining the Canyon School District effort. So I wanted to commend you for the job you guys have done. This downtown area, basically was killed in the 60s with the construction of the I-15 project, and they put the interchange on 7200 South and moved it, from Center Street. One of the first JCPenney stores built was in Mid-Vale City. I think it was the second or third one built by JCPenney, and that was there. And so Mid-Vale downtown was a very, very vibrant community and area. When I started with the city in 1989, I think Leon and Mon will tell you that I'm pretty young. I think I was 12 when I started with the city, but I've been there for 32 years, and I've seen a lot. And one of the main priorities for the city in 1989 when I got there was the revitalization and bringing downtown back. And that has been a goal and an objective of the city since I've been there. And just wanted to point out the city has made a lot of effort to try and do this on our own. Back about 6 years ago, we decided to build a new city hall, and we had the opportunity of moving city hall to anywhere else in the city, 2 or 3 other locations. And the city council and the mayor at the time said, no, we're committed and we're vested in the downtown area. We're going to build city hall in downtown. And so we chose to build city hall and convinced LA County to build a new senior center there. We have bought properties, split properties there. We built 2 buildings there. We've done everything that we could think of to revitalize that area. Recently, we just convinced the UFA to build a brand new fire station there that will go on the old City Hall property, and so we'll have a presence of UFA in our downtown area. But the main problem, as I've seen it over time, is the fact that we just haven't had an ongoing and sustainable funding source to help revitalize that area and to offer assistance to developers and builders in bringing that back. And the solution, I believe, and firmly believe, is a tax increment solution, and that we're presenting here tonight. So thank you for your time.
So finally, just a high level look at the idea, the concept of tax increment. So right now you are getting that green part of the pie, the 40%, you're getting 412,000. So that is the 100%, the base year value. I would argue that the value right now is not going to change significantly. It's probably going to follow inflation. And as you know, through the truth in taxation, that's not going to bring you any value. With public support, I strongly believe that we can increase significantly the value of the assessed value of the Main Street, grow the piece of the pie, and provide a significant benefit to all the taxing entities, including Canyon School District. So I'll let Mayor Hale just wrap up with a final thought.
Thank you, Board, for this opportunity to come and lay out for you our plan and invite you to join us as we revitalize Mid-Vale City Main Street. We've talked about introducing a couple of layers of parking structures so that those who drive can use those areas of commerce. We've talked about removing and reconfiguring the utilities, which is a serious drawback to any current ability to do that. We ask for your support. We need it in order to revitalize Main Street. And we ask for your support on this CDA, which will benefit the city, its residents, commerce, and every taxing agency, including Canyon School District. If you have any questions, I and my cohorts here would be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all. We appreciate the kind words that have been said about Canyons District, and appreciate the information that you've shared with us about your plan. So board, now would be the time if you have any questions that are specific to the plan for Mid-Bell City. And then I believe, Leon, you have some information that's more specific to Canyons District impact. Are there still some slides at least that?
I would say these are just addendum slides that Cody put together.
Okay,
on
just
the-
for additional
just
information.
Additional information on this number of students that we could get who
Okay.
could move into this area.
Okay, all right, so
I don't
board,
think there's, if you want to review those and then have any questions afterwards, we can talk about them, but I don't think that's due to the time constraints. I think if you have any questions.
we won't review those slides, okay, but they are available on board docs, and hopefully, board, you've had a chance to look at them. So now is our time for questions, and then also any requests for additional information that we would come back to. Now, this is the first reading, and my understanding is we're the first entity that you've really presented to, so.
That's correct, Madam President.
So we'll have some time to review and study this. Okay, questions? Okay, I'll call on Mr. Millerberg first. I know has served on the committee, the board does have a CDA committee. And then I don't know, Mr. Iverson, if you have anything to add to that after Mont speaks, and then we'll turn it over to other board members that have questions. Mr. Millerberg.
First, Mayor Bob, thank you for the trip down memory lane. I went through there, found pictures of my double great grandparents in there.
Yeah.
And found a lot of family information. When they said they'd been in Mid-Bell for 32 years, they're just kids. That's all I can say. Yeah, it was about 72 years ago that I moved into Mid-Bell. So I've been there a while. A couple of questions, and probably the first question that jumps out at me, and I think that the numbers are kind of there, and if you could do a little quick computation and tell me. But, we talk about pie. Thanksgiving's passed, but Christmas is coming, so we can still talk about pie. We've got the small pie and we've got the larger pie. For what we give up, Canyon School District will initially take a hit. And as the pie continues to grow, we will eventually hit a break-even point. I would like to know where that break-even point is. That's question number one.
Yeah, absolutely. So to look at the break-even point, I looked at it from the perspective of what would the growth rate have to be of the assessed value of the area without any support. So if none of this happens, everyone says no, we don't do anything in Mid-Vale Main Street, the growth rate would have to be 5.7% without any support from anyone in order for us to break even. You get just as much value by not participating as you do from participating. And I think that a 5.7% average annual growth rate over 20 years is unrealistic. And so,
Yeah, if nothing happens, that's unrealistic.
yes.
But I don't know if I'm phrasing my question to where you're understanding what I'm asking.
So
Because we will still get 40% as the pie continues to grow.
right. So I did my analysis and looked at your.
And so
your
at some
cost.
point in time before 20 years,
Mhm.
we will have more revenue coming into the school district by participating than we would if nothing happens.
Correct.
And I just want to know, with what we give up initially, at what point does that pie get large enough to where we hit a break-even point?
That's a good question. So I show that you will never be in the red. So that as growth occurs, it's proportional to the amount that you give. So you're never going to give more than your costs are incurring. So the 40% that comes to Canyon School District, it will always outweigh the increase in costs from the additional students.
So you're telling me if this thing kicks off in 3 years, so we're looking at 2023,
Yes.
that in 2024, we've got more revenue than we would have had?
Yes.
Because you will not have anything built out, and the reassessment would not have taken place by then.
So so your additional costs are coming from students, right? That's how you look at costs, is how many additional students are going to be
What I'm
required.
looking at is tax revenue.
Mm-hmm. So when we trigger for collection, we see that there will be a net benefit, even starting with year one, to Canyon School District, because you're going to continue to receive the base year value, tax year 2019. And then additional revenue is coming from new growth.
So will we receive 100% of the base year value?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. That part I did not get.
Yeah. So if we were to go back and say we could really use a base year value of 2016 or 2014, then you would be losing value. But
Okay.
where we're going, the most recent tax year.
So
assessed value.
year one, we're in black ink.
Yes.
Okay. Question number 2. You need to understand that Main Street in Midvale is a place that's near and dear to my heart. I literally spent the first 6 years of my life growing up on the west side of Main Street in Midvale. So to me, it's a special place. And I think it's great that you're looking to redevelop that. And if you want to look at a Main Street that's been redeveloped, go to Kaysville. They have done a super job in Kaysville with their Main Street. But the one thing that concerns me that I don't see in Kaysville, I don't see in Park City, I don't see in the other areas where you're saying are great examples of redevelopment. And I would invite anybody that wants to go down and look at that area. When you're heading north on Main Street, just pick a street and make a right turn and drive back through the neighborhoods. I see nothing in this CDA that addresses those low-income housing areas of Midvale. And I don't know that you're ever going to have Main Street work when you have that as your backdrop to Main Street. Mayor, I don't know if you want to address that issue.
We have a proportion of the income devoted to housing, low-income housing. I forget the quantity now. 20%. Yeah, 20% of the tax increment that grows from this.
Is that 20% targeted specifically at the area inside your CDA boundaries?
It will help all of the low-income housing for Midvale, and most of that occurs in the very area you are pointing to. So there will be a lot of improvement offers.
So tell me what that improvement looks like.
Well, it would likely include new roofs, new siding, fencing. The parking structure would be available to those that are close by for when they have parties and guests, rather than clogging up Second Avenue with cars, they can use the parking structure. If they're on the other side of Main Street, we have ground there that we're devoting to parking, which would become available again for Christmas, such events that they could use.
Do we have an issue of that parking getting clogged up with residents parking there to where it's not available for what the intended purpose is?
It's going to be public parking. If it's abused, we'll have to work out some system, maybe like the avenues or around the University of Utah. But At this time, we don't foresee that because it's going to be a multi-tiered parking structure on the east side, which could handle a lot of cars, probably more than is within a quarter mile or a half a mile of that now. So
Okay.
I don't see that'll be a problem. People don't want to walk there if they can park out in their own driveway.
People would rather park as close to their destination as they can.
Typically, that's true. That's right. But it won't be available for like storage of cars.
Last question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I'd just like to have you go through this one more time. Probably the oldest question that's ever been asked about an RDA or a CDA is, would this happen without having a CDA in place?
And I think that's the oldest question that has been turned down in any that I know of within the current city limits of Midvale. The answer is definitively no. Without an RDA in Bingham Junction or Jordan Bluffs, we would have a brownfield in both of those places. Without what turned out to be a faulty redevelopment agency in Fort Union, none of that would have happened. But the RDA got it kicked off, and then it was turned over and given back to private enterprise rather than being carried as an RDA, because that would be a prime example of what you're talking about. That one,
Which one was that? Tell me where that's located.
the Fort Union Shopping Center, everything east of
9th East and Fort Union?
the shops at Fort Union. Yeah, where Target,
Okay.
all of that is up that way.
Target and Home Depot.
Not Target, because that's in Cottonwood Heights, but not Home Depot, but it would have been Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods.
Your backyard.
Yeah, just down the hill and across the canal from where I grew up or in my married life. But that one, that would have happened without any help. That would be the only example I know of where it would have been just as well leaving it alone. These aren't going to happen that way because there's no history prior to the RDAs being established, or now with this current CDA that we're talking about. There is no history of anybody stepping in and saying, I'll buy up everything and do it.
If you go up and down Main Street in Midvale and you look at the businesses that are on Main Street currently, how many of those do you think would remain and survive a CDA?
Boy, that's a guess which way the wind's blowing. I don't know. There will be those that will be structured and deep enough that they can grow and intensify their commercial life. There will be those that will be underfunded or be bought out, and there will be a rotation of owners like there is in almost every commercial area. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Because, just walk by observation, I look at many of the businesses on Main Street as they are located in that area for one reason and one reason only, and that is because it is very, very low rent area.
Yeah.
And if you do this and you develop and you improve, rents are going to go way up. And businesses similar to many on Main Street may not be able to survive that.
And that's an economic fact, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a great Hispanic market there that draws customers, fills up many parking spots along Main Street. There's a flower shop that my granddaughter works at that does great work outside of its confines. There's a lot of different kinds of businesses there. Some will rely on the parking structures much more than others.
Mhm.
But yeah, some will survive, some don't. It's a law of economics, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Milliberg.
Thank you. Mr. Iverson.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. There's similar to the comments I made in the, when we discussed this with Midvale in our CDA committee meeting. My two concerns would be the but what for question. I'm not convinced that there would not be development without Canyon School District investment. And then secondly, we're essentially taking taxpayer, if we vote yes on this eventually, we're essentially taking taxpayer dollars to invest in parking structures. And I'm just not convinced that as representatives of the school district that we should be investing in parking structures. I think there's better use of our tax dollars. Those are the only comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll answer the second one first. Without investment in the parking structure, there would be no increase of tax dollars available to the school district. It's kind of a necessity in Old Town Midvale to have secure and sufficient parking in order to make the retail and commercial areas grow and develop. And so that's going to be the reason that we need secure and sufficient parking. It doesn't sound like it's a common use of school district money to build parking structures. We're not using school district funds to build parking structures. We're using tax dollars generated by the tax increment to build the parking structure. And without the parking structure or structures and parking spaces, there would likely not be the retail businesses and commercial businesses that would generate sufficient tax revenue to increase any taxes for the Canyon School District. So it's got to be the right hand has to know what the left hand needs in order to survive and grow and increase. That's why we're doing that.
Mr. Iverson, anything else? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Wrigley.
I'm just curious about the public transportation that's available. What is the situation there? Are there buses that serve Main Street? What's the connectivity to the closest track station? Can you speak to that a little?
Thank you for that good question. I sit on the local advisory board for the UTA, and my predecessor, Mayor Sagini, worked very diligently with UTA to provide bus service for Midvale residents west of State Street. And so there's a circular route that works from the Center Street track station, and it goes and uses Center Street and Main Street and 8000 South to kind of make a loop there to provide bus service for individuals if they're willing and able to walk probably at most 2 blocks. They can get to one of those streets and then pick a bus that'll take them to tracks, and from tracks they can go anywhere.
How long does it take to walk from Main Street to get on the bus? I mean, how many minutes are we talking?
Well, the UTA bus services Center Street and Main Street would leave you literally across the street. It would take whatever cycle the lights are on to get you over. So 2 minutes, maybe at the most. Yep.
Mrs. Oaks. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Just a couple, thank you for coming and presenting this to us. Sandy has a Karen's district, which is what they're trying to do down in their section. They've talked with UTA. I'm wondering if you've had discussions with UTA in regards to people movers. Sandy's been talking about some non-guided, driven people movers, basically, to just continue to go around town. Has there been any discussion with that?
To this point, no. In that regard, we do have consultation with UTA concerning the Jordan Bluffs RDA area, where there will be so many employees and residences there, how to get them to the track station at Gardner Village, or the Bingham Junction track station, or to the Center Street track station. And so when that becomes viable, probably when the commercial opens up, Zion Bank, for example, we'll be working out something there for some small bus route that can transport employees and residents to and from the track station of their choice out of those three.
You know, I bring that up because I know in Sandy's thing, they're trying to get more than Sandy in there. And that would be good in Midville. I heard that in your presentation. And that also affects the size of some of the parking lots. I hate to have parking lots built up when we don't need them. So it'd be interesting to see in this process as you're trying to design this to get with UTA and say, really theoretically, what we might be able to do if we can get some other public transportation, which is we're looking 20 years out, we'll probably be doing more public transportation and less individual. It might be interesting to see, because you may not need a 100 or 400 stall unit. You may be able to buy with a 300 if we plan on public transportation in the future. Personally, Mont, I think that one of the big things is we're finding right now is the future, the big box stores, and even Fort Union is probably going to be limited in the future. That I think we're going to be going back to some more boutique type of things. So it'd be interesting to see if you could redesign that area for more boutique, smaller places to draw people in, because Amazon's going to take just about everything else that's being sold. So I'm looking forward to that happening. I've been down a couple times, and as you're saying, what a lot of the businesses down there are not as boutique, maybe. So it'll be interesting to see in the future that what happens there. These three parking lots, the ones there, they were the ones for 5 million, right? These three ones or whatever. And how many parking spaces are in each one of those?
So they're based on the parcels that we have. We haven't designed those parking spaces. We would kind of do that in collaboration with the developer. If they were coming in and saying, okay, we've got these 2 one-story buildings, we're going to build those to 3 stories. We would say, okay, how much parking do we need there? And what I'm really seeing is they'll be small. They'll be relatively small. So we're talking in the hundreds, low hundreds that there would be in both of these parking spaces or garages. And then up north, depending on how far we can get the street to go up, then there's a little space. There's quite a lot of space by City Hall. You could put in some structured parking there. We'll kind of have that be on demand. We really want to do the one on the west side of the street first, because that's where we have the land, and that will be the bigger of the parking structures. But the one on the other side will be closely after it. We don't want to rely wholly on the CDA to fund all of those. And so we're also talking with the developers about putting in assessment areas and saying, look, the CDA and the city are going to put money into this, but this is such a benefit to you. We want to, I would phrase it, give them the opportunity to invest in
Partnership or
themselves, but
something,
yeah,
yeah.
so that they can do assessment areas and they can help contribute to these parking.
So it won't be 100% public fund. It would be partial of the public and the
Yeah,
developer coming in.
Yeah, when we get to all 3 of those lots. if
And
we
are
get
these
that.
3 lots on the $5 million lots, are these basically to be small place for small businesses in that? Or you're talking about a big business and we're putting a parking lot in for a big 2 or 3 story building?
No, we're talking about putting in, well, I guess, what do you mean? I mean, some of these will be small businesses that might be a 2 or 3 story building.
Mostly people coming in and not just parking for all their employees?
No. This would mostly be for park. If there was office on the 2nd or 3rd floor, that might be for office. But we wanted a combination so that it can accommodate
And-
employees and
And the big
visitors,
one, the
shoppers.
$8.9 million one, is that a public parking place or is that a parking place for the company that you're talking about?
all
Or
of
is it a
these,
combination of
the
both?
big one that would be north of, there's Main Street and the area goes up further than that. That would actually be on the other side, sort of the corner of 72nd and Holden Street.
Mhm.
That would be one that would be more traditional, where it would be just for that building. It wouldn't be public parking. It would be more like what we've done in Bingham Junction, where we've put, or Jordan Bluffs, where we've put parking money into the Zion's building. So that would.
So
would
is
be
that going to have participation from the owner? I mean, because we've done parking structures, we've done at Mountain America. And Mountain America got advantage during the day, but the community got advantage in the night. We've
Yep.
done a parking structure up at corner at Cottonwood, where UTA uses it for their bus and then the business uses it. We've done, we're into parking structure in Draper, where we shared it with UTA.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Elta to come on a parking structure. But I'm just wondering if that would be available, either we would seed some of the money for that, it would make it enticing rather than totally funding it, because this is a private enterprise.
On that one, the amount of parking that they would need for the amount of space that they're talking about, they would need to, this would just be a portion of it. It wouldn't fund the full amount of the parking. So that would be a joint, they would be paying for some and we would be, the
And would
RDA
that be
pay.
available to the public in the evenings so
It-
that if you had things going on downtown, you could use that parking lot?
Yeah, it could, and we've put agreements into place in Bingham Junction that are exactly like that. The CHG parking lot for their office has spaces that are allocated towards public use. So with the contribution of money, we can make agreements that,
And what percentage of that 8.9 million for the parking lot would be the developers would be paying for, or the renter of that building versus the city paying for it, or this agency?
we haven't negotiated that
I'd be
point
interested
yet.
to know just
but we could.
basically what percentage of that's going to be, because it sounds like it's an enticement for the building to go in. With the current stuff going on, it's sort of iffy. I mean, these big businesses are starting to send everybody home. So I think I'm glad you got a contingency plan for that in here in case that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But, so that would be the two things I'd have, just to sort of know about that and maybe to try to see what would be your plan with UTA for the future for that, sort of like what Sandy did. Because as they took a look at that, you may have totally different costs to your parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I just want to say thank you for coming. And I remember a couple years ago, we went on a bus ride and we drove all over. And so we have seen all these different areas. And it's just nice to see you guys come with a specific plan of what you want to do. And I am excited about it. I think I love that Main Street. I think it's really quaint. So my question is kind of along the same lines as what Steve was getting at. So right now, with a lot of people working at home, I mean, I guess you don't know if that 300,000 square feet of office space will really be built. So what will happen? You said if you don't build that big giant parking structure, then you won't need as much money. I mean, how will that all work exactly?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So we have our budget organized such that the elements that really feed into our goals, our vision, creating a sense of place, supporting the arts, all of that is $15.5 million cap. And then the additional 8.9 plus some more to housing and some more to administrative is the 27. And so if 5 years down the road, so if in 2025, basically, there's no office building, it's not going to happen. Then we set the cap at 15.5. And so, that it's not just kind of hanging out there. Are they going to build this? Are they not? So it gives us the opportunity to work with the developer and say, look, this is how much we can offer. This is the deadline for it. Are you in? Are you out? And if they're out, then automatically the cap goes to 15.5, and we have a much more modest budget with more community focused goals.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, I have a couple of questions, and maybe this is just something that can come back to the board the next time we discuss this. So one piece of information that I'd like to know, and it's on this idea of your core plan and then the contingency piece that would be added onto, right? That's my understanding. You have your base plan and then the add-on plan. In the information that I saw, and maybe I just missed it, but I didn't see what the anticipated actual dollars contributed by Canyons District would be under each of those plans. And I don't know if that's, if I missed it in the information you've already shared with us, or if that's something that you could bring back to us.
7.8 million under the $15.5 million cap. So if the Class A does not go in, then the amount participated would from the Canyon School District would be 7.8 million. And then under the main budget, the $27 million cap, it would be 13.8 million.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. And then as Mr. Wrigley said, we have participated in other parking structures that are a few years ahead of this project, right? So we have a few years of experience, and maybe this is something that Leon could bring back to us. Just what are those projects currently looking like? Have they accomplished what the intent was to the best of our ability to know at this point? And then I am interested in a little more information on the residential piece of this. It was mentioned that there'd be some incentives for the residential to improve some of those neighborhoods. And I would like a little more information on that, like what you really intend to do on that, because one of the concerns I have, and I think someone mentioned it a little bit, is that will people get squoze out? I guess can't think of a better phrase, but what kind of impact will it have to the current residents as you envision this going forward? And then as we study it further, according to our policy, we do ask for a third-party independent person to take a look at all of this information and then report back to the board. My understanding is Randy has been is the one that we've used in the past, and he is on the phone call today. So I would like to schedule a time where he could come and report to the board from his study and review of this proposal and what it looks like for Canyons District. So those are the kind of the questions that I have. Like I said, most of it's probably to come back at our next look at this. And it looks like Mrs. Oakes has something.
I'm just thinking while we're on this subject, and Lee and I have had a conversation recently, I'm interested in, I wonder if we can get it on the calendar moving forward to get an update on what our current RDAs, CDAs are, what the promises were, like the state of all of that, not just the parking structures. I'd be interested in knowing how well we're faring and whether or not we need to circle the wagon round with some of these organizations and have them contribute more meaningfully to the district.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Board, anyone else? Mr. Wrigley.
Just one question. On the building structure, if we put in 8.9, what would be the taxable value of that multi-structure building? And how many years would it take us to get that 8.9 back, or whatever that portion was of that? That would be helpful. I think it's not the full amount, but
yeah. So
I mean, I'm really loving the 15.5, and it makes a lot of sense, and it fits what we've been doing. The other one's sort of a stretch for what we've done with any of the other cities, and that's why I've been trying to come up with some other participation or whatever. Why not? One's a little different because we haven't subsidized private garages for businesses that come in.
Sure. So
at least at this point.
So the assumed assessed value would be probably around $65 to $67 million. In the proposed interlocal agreement, we said that it had to be at least 60 million. But that's just to kind of give the developer a little bit of breathing room. And to recoup that 8.9 million for specifically Canyon School District, during participation, it would probably be about eight or 9 years. After you are done participating, so year 21, your net benefit was $1.2 million. So about 7 years, 6.5, 7 years. So.
Okay, I remembered one other item of information that I'd like to get back, and that is on the idea of, from our policy about the project provides partnership opportunities for education. I'd like a little more detail on what you see those opportunities being. Okay, anything else? All right, we thank you so much for being here with us this evening, and we look forward to having future conversations.
Thank you, Madam
About this.
President and Board. We do too. This is going to be a good relationship. Long after we're off the board and unelected, and there will be a lot of benefits. And we look forward to staging the foundation for that.
Great, thank you, and thank you
Thank
for the
you.
great work you're doing in Midvale.
Thank you.
And I love the sandlot.
everyone.
My favorite. Thank you. Okay, Board, that was a really great discussion, and I would like to recommend that we move our study session item B to a little bit later in the meeting to item 6A, and then move 6A and B to be items 6B and C. Are we okay with that? And then we'll take about a 3-minute break. Everybody good with that? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'd like to get started.
Let's do that this next year. We'll get that gavel. There's gotta be a gavel.
Amber, I want you to know, I feel like I'm in a bedroom with my brother. Put tape down the middle, so you better.
It does remind me of that.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to begin the business meeting portion of our meeting. So again, thank you all, and I'd like to welcome those that have joined us in the room as well as viewing the live stream. And I'm going to just wait for just a second to see if we are up and running again. I believe we are. So, all right, I will call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 15th, 2020, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East. And the first item is to approve the agenda for this evening's meeting, and I will ask for a motion, and please, in making that motion, will you note that item 1B has been moved to now item 6A, and then item 6A and B have been adjusted accordingly. So I will call for a motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the December 15, 2020 agenda with the following modifications. We will move study session item B down to section A6 under new business, and we will label it A. Section B will be annual textbook, and C will be inclusion of updates of our state and health department.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And now any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will lead us in that. So will everyone stand? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So I have not received any indication that there are patrons who have asked to speak to the board this evening, either over the telephone or in person. So we will move on to the consent agenda items. And I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda items. And please, in making that motion, list the individual items.
Okay, I will move that we approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes from December 1st, 2020. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of November financial reports. Item E, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Sandy Elementary. Item F, approval of LEA-specific licenses. Item G, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Draper Park Middle.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Sure, I'll second that.
Thank you. Now, any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Are there any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And I would like to at this time also for the record excuse Mrs. Clarine Arnold, and then make note that Board Member Chad Iverson is participating with us remotely. Okay, so now we are at item 6A, which is the Friday Independent Learning Day report. So I will turn the time over to representatives from the school performance team.
There we go. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to speak and to share with you the information that we've gathered from our schools and from stakeholders regarding the Friday Independent Learning Plan. It's really been an opportunity for gratitude on our part for the decision that the board made to allow us to move into this 4-to-1 learning schedule that provided this Friday learning time and planning time for teachers. And it's a great opportunity for us to be able to share the things that we've heard back and for our schools to be able to express and our teachers and staff members to be able to express their feelings of support and gratitude for this as well. So the kinds of feedback that we looked at here, the stakeholders contacted, we talked with principals, teachers, parents, students. We had surveys that went out to school community councils. Also, I know Hillcrest High School, they did a survey of teachers. We had comments, we sent out emails, we created the video. They had tons and tons of videos. I know I sent you one that was just a few, but they had hundreds of teachers respond to that request. And so we collected a lot of information in our guide to be able to just kind of share different things with you. So what we've done here is kind of organized it within those different stakeholder groups, and we tried to include representative comments. So things that we saw multiple times, we wanted to make sure we were representing different kinds of suggestions or feedback or statements so that you could see kind of the overall view without being inundated with all of the comments that came in, because we did receive a lot. So from principals, we had high school, middle school, and elementary principals respond. So I'm just going to share these again because they do represent groups of messages, and so some of them have a little bit different tone. Teachers are spending on average 2 hours or more on Fridays to contact students who are not doing well, but also providing positive feedback to students as they improve or succeed in spite of the barriers. A great example is my ASL teacher who sent out 49 emails to students and parents, I should say, whose grades are below a C-, but also sent 61 emails to students and parents for those students who are earning A's and B's. So trying to make sure we're reaching all of our students. Send information to parents in group Canvas notifications about what's coming up for the next week. At least 10 phone calls are being made on average by teachers each Friday, and on average 20 plus, and often many more emails are being sent. One teacher wrote, over the course of the last few Fridays, I've had the time to make a personal connection with every single student, either through a Google Meet, phone call, email, or Canvas message. While they're not all performing, this to me is the most important part, they know that I'm noticing when they aren't engaging, and they know that I care and that I'm worried about them. So being able to keep building those relationships and making those connections. I don't think that my staff, especially my very best teachers, would have survived without the change to Fridays. Our best teachers will burn themselves out before they allow the quality of their instruction to drop. This adjustment to Fridays has allowed us to not only maintain high quality instruction, but to also keep our teachers physically and emotionally healthy. It has made all the difference. And I will just speak, and I'm sure McKay would echo this, it's a palpable difference to go and visit schools now than it was in those first couple months of school. When you'd go into teachers' classrooms or go visit with them or walk through the halls or talk to your administrative staffs, it was hard, you know, just that, how are we going to get through this? How are we going to keep people here? How are we going to, you know, make this all work and these increasing demands? And so to be able to see, I mean, that really encapsulates a lot of what we see. You go in now and certainly we're all still working hard and working to improve continually, but it's just that difference of we can do this. We can do this, we're able to do this, we're seeing improvements. So that's a really awesome thing. I have teams who are making videos to use with their students in class. When needing to teach phonemic awareness and phonics to children, it is essential that students can see the teacher's mouths. However, this year the students can't. To help remedy this, teachers have been creating videos of themselves without masks to teach phonemic awareness and phonics. I have several teachers who use Fridays to teach small groups, virtual and in person. This way they're able to reach advanced students as well as those who are struggling and give them the support they need. This structure would not be possible if they weren't given the time on Fridays. So again, that effort really to try to reach all of the students who have those needs at this time, which is everybody. So then we have some of our teacher feedback, and we had a lot. The videos, the emails, I mean, every middle school sent me, you know, pages of comments that the teachers had shared with them. So again, we're trying to represent some groups of ideas. It has saved me. It is the most valuable decision that has been made. I am able to accomplish all I need to do to be prepared, and I do it without interruption. It is the one aspect of all of this that has truly worked. My students have said the same. They use it as their time to get everything done. I hope we can continue the rest of the year. It's a lifesaver, and it gives me a day where I can recharge myself emotionally. Friday has been a valuable time for me. Before Fridays, I was at least 35 emails deep by Tuesday, and my grading was about 2 weeks behind. And that wasn't like me at all. I was stressing about putting my lessons together and was honestly at times just throwing things in, hoping they made sense to the kids. The kids were stressed too. Since I'm not buried in my grading anymore, I'm giving the kids more constructive feedback on their writing assignments. Since I'm not seeing them as much, this detailed feedback is crucial for them to improve their writing skills. I have also communicated with parents a lot more and have given them more useful suggestions on helping their students succeed. The time on Fridays to help update and fine-tune Canvas has been most helpful. Of course, this creates a dilemma in a shortage of time having students in class. However, the benefits outweigh the cons in my situation. The biggest improvement in communication with parents is that we can talk every Friday. We are there for them and they know it. Even with students, last Friday, a student wrote me in Spanish to ask for a conference because he had some questions. So we talked on Zoom and I answered his questions like we were in the classroom. With the addition of Friday planning time, I feel like I can provide students the quality education they deserve regardless of the learning situation. And to me, again, that's one of those big statements, you know, that whatever learning situation, quarantine, you know, the self-imposed or the school imposed or the, you know, online, in person, that we're working toward providing learning and quality learning in every situation. So I think that was great. The teacher survey at Hillcrest High School, they just had a couple of questions that they had sent out. And so the first one was, have Fridays helped you improve your Canvas pages? Because we know at the beginning of the year and at this pivoting point in March, that was a big concern and it was a big area that we really needed to improve on. And the teachers there, you can see the vast majority of them said absolutely, or the next one down. You know, a handful said not so much. Maybe their Canvas page was great. Maybe they really just are choosing not to work on it. I don't know for sure, but just the fact that the vast majority at the high school have really seen this be an opportunity to improve and to grow. And then the second question, would you like the instructional time back by discontinuing the Friday schedule? 87 said no, 7 said yes. And I know the principal there had said, there's some teachers who really are itching to, have them every day. They really worry about them being gone a day, and that represented those 7. Okay, in addition to our principals and our teachers, we also sent a survey out to our school community councils to get some feedback on their input. And the goal of the survey was to really gather the data about the 4-day learning option, or the 4-day professional online independent learning. The brief survey was sent out, and it said last week. This was actually probably 2 weeks ago, because the survey was completed last Thursday, so the 10th. 223 SCC members did take the survey. So if you average that among schools, it's 5 SCC members per school. So the introduction they were given stated, "We are requesting your feedback on Canyon's 4-day classroom learning schedule, with Friday reserved for student independent learning at home. As you recall, the Canyons Board of Education moved to this schedule on October 5th after hearing from educators about the challenges and long hours of supporting online students and students on quarantine while maintaining quality teaching for in-person students." So that's what they saw as they opened the survey. So the first question was, overall, the 4-day classroom learning schedule and Friday independent student learning has improved communication with my child's teachers or teacher, and/or improved my child's learning. So you can see there, it was pretty close, across all 3 in terms of strongly agree and agree, but the high school students had the highest, or the high school parents had the highest percentage of strongly agree and agree. On average, when you look at each grade level, that's the yellow and the green, about 21% of parents felt the 4-day schedule was not giving the improved communication or improved learning. So that's the percentages there. The second question, the Friday independent student learning has sufficiently engaged my child. So looking at their engagement on those Fridays. Here, the middle schools had higher numbers of strongly agree and agree. But still, you can see they're pretty close. And so on average, about 60% of parents felt that it was sufficiently engaging. And then you have the no option and the others. They're really quite even there between all of the colors among all grade levels. So just some of the comments that came out from the school community council members. How has the 4-day classroom learning schedule positively impacted your child or your family? So high school parents, one of my children struggles in math. Friday has afforded her the opportunity to finish assignments. My other child is on an IEP and needs extra time. Friday has helped him as well. The 4-day classroom schedule has been a huge benefit to my child. For a high school student who works a part-time job, is involved in school clubs and athletics, and takes several AP and honors classes, which I know many of us understand, that student and how busy they are. This schedule has allowed my daughter additional time and access to her teachers and additional instruction time. I've been impressed to hear my child has observed her teachers looking less stressed, better prepared during the week, and more patient and engaging. It has not positively impacted our family, but I do believe the teachers needed more time to grade and prepare online and Canvas lessons and assignments. It has been a much needed day to catch up on assignments and ask teachers questions. My student is able to contact his teacher and get a response quickly after he has sent the email. So those were some of the high school comments from parents. Middle school parents, same question, how has it positively impacted your child? Having Fridays to catch up on homework has been so amazing. I've really appreciated it, especially with my kids being so busy with other extracurriculars on other weekdays. I wish we had a 4-day school week always, even after COVID. We saw that quite a bit. Communication from teachers has been good. My children have learned to work more independently. Helps relieve stress, giving more time to communicate with teachers and work at own pace, also catch up on work. So you can see that repeated theme of time to catch up, a day to kind of regroup and de-escalate, from the stresses for students and for teachers and parents in some cases. The elementary parents, the same question. Given the environment we are in, the kids can move to remote learning at any time due to contact exposure. I think having a day each week to go remote is helpful to get into the routine so that if they go remote, it is not a complete change. Provides a chance for parents to see how their writing and math skills have improved. I always look at the schoolwork she brings home, but it's interesting to watch her figure out the worksheets and how she gets answers. I feel like it is a good time for teachers to prep and prepare. They have a lot on their plates right now. And it has reduced my 5th grader's stress by allowing her to catch up and work on more challenging concepts at her own pace. So a lot of similarities for that first question. The second question that went out to parents on the survey was, do you have thoughts on how we can improve the 4-day classroom learning schedule? So this, we didn't divide out by grade levels, but we'll share. It says, no, we like the 4-day schedule and wish it would stay that way, even after the pandemic. Seems to be working fine. Just don't do away with it. Not just for the teacher's sake, but for the kids. For my high schooler, having Fridays to catch up, clarify has been the best. Students are also overwhelmed. I think we forget sometimes they come in and they may act like everything's good, but they're overwhelmed. I think it's working well and has been good for my child's mental health as well as the teachers. Go back to a 5-day school week for in-person learning. I realize that many teachers prefer this 4-day week, but I am not one. Love this schedule, no changes needed. And then the last question that the parents were asked is, do you have any concerns about the four-day classroom learning schedule? So you have my husband and I both work, so it makes it a little tricky to juggle our work schedules, but we're making it work. My kids are getting less learning time being out of school 1 day per week, so I don't think it's improving their learning, but we can endure it to support our teachers. Not for us personally, I would concede it could be hard for some working parents. And no, anything to help reduce the teacher workload and help reduce exposure for teachers and students is good right now. So those are our questions from the parents, the survey that just had them answer, yes or no, and then strongly agree, and then their written comments. And our last group that we surveyed was our Student Advisory Council. So as you know, this is our group of high school students, the 21 students who represent our 5 comprehensive high schools. And so these were their comments that they came through with. And I think it's interesting when you look at some of the other data about whether or not kids are engaging. You'll see some of what the students have to say about why they're engaging or not, or whether it's available. So the first one says, overall, the 4-day classroom learning schedule has improved communication with my teacher and/or improved my learning. So it's the first or the same question that we asked parents. I believe that the 4-day classroom learning schedule is very beneficial. I know that teachers have told their students and have sent links for extra help on Fridays. Students are encouraged to join if they have any questions or concerns. Teachers have been on top of answering emails, so communication seems to have improved for the most part. The independent learning on Fridays has improved my learning personally. Don't you love how great they express themselves, high school? I believe the 4-day class learning schedule has improved communication with our teachers because it readily allows every student with the chance to talk to their teachers in an allotment of 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So they gave their specific 2-hour window. And this is continued from that question. I think that the 4-day learning schedule has decreased the communication with our teachers. However, I don't believe that the learning has decreased. Rather, it's increased a bit. Yes, I think the 4-day learning schedule has improved communication with my teachers and learning in that I now have a day where they are available to Zoom or let me come in to take a test that I might have missed. It depends on how much a student uses it to their advantage, which I think was a key point there. I feel as if the Friday learning system has some beneficial features to it, but it creates, now, I love this one. It creates great societal discourse with the lack of socialization, and the decrease of interactive learning can have an effect on some students. I mean, aren't they awesome? I love teaching high school. But I believe if you took a social survey, I believe most of the students would prefer a 4-day schedule. They get it. They understand, where they are. Then the next question was the second one asked. It says, the Friday independent learning day has sufficiently engaged me. I feel as if the independent student learning time is less beneficial than it would be if it were in person. But if the teacher constantly keeps you updated and posts instructions to the assignments, then it's pretty engaging. So we're seeing how it works firsthand. Friday independent learning hasn't been sufficiently engaging. I know that some students think of Fridays as a free day and need help with motivation. I have many friends who use it to have private Zoom time with the teachers, but also some teachers offer the optional Zoom meeting with more than one student on Friday. It's engaging if the student reached out for that help. So a lot of opportunities provided, and a lot of reflection, I think, from the students who took the survey, just kind of understanding what's available and where they are. And I think that is all of my slides. But again, I just want to reiterate our gratitude and representing all the schools for this decision to have this Friday opportunity. And it is making a difference. It has made a difference. And we're just really glad to be serving those school communities and doing what we can to support. So don't know if you have questions.
Thank you. And I just want to note on the record that Cindy Hansen from School Performance was the one that gave that presentation, that report to us. And board, I'll just remind you that I believe it was in October or
5th.
September when we approved this schedule, we asked for a report to come back in December. And according to my calculations, we've had 8 Fridays in which there was independent learning conducted. So that's just the context of also this feedback. So comments, board, we'll start with Mrs. Oakes, and then Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Shield, and then Mr. Millerberg.
Thank you, Cindy, for that report. It was great. One of the things I loved most was the video that you sent us from some of those teachers.
Yes.
It was fascinating for me to hear how some of them are innovating with the Fridays. And I think, time in education is an interesting thing. We talk about how you can change around the school day, you can reduce hours, you can extend hours. Really, at the end of the day, it's how effectively you use the ones you're given. And it became very clear in that video that some of our teachers are doing a bang-up job. And I'm just wondering how we are capitalizing on what some of our best teachers are learning how to use that and how to pass that on to some of the other teachers that might need some improvement in that area. My experience with the Friday learning is a mixed bag. Most of it actually, I would say is positive. The biggest thing being that communication has definitely improved, particularly at the high school level where my kids were drowning. One of the problems that I do see with Fridays, I know that the Student Advisory Council mentioned that usually there's this window in the morning from 9 to 11 when kids can get on and talk to their teacher. Problem is, what happens when you need to talk to multiple teachers and they all have the 9 to 11 window? We have experienced that a lot. And so one of the things I've hoped for, I haven't seen it yet, is just to be able to have that staggered or make it more approachable. I mean, I don't want it to be the sort of thing that we have this open 2-hour window thing, which means check, we have school available, when the reality is it might not be as usable as we think it is. I guess, here's another question I have too, is with regard to our second step program. I know that that was something we really considered deeply last year, and mental health is something that's absolutely on all of our minds. And my experience with the elementary second step, at least, and I don't know how it's functioning in the middle school level, but because second step was typically done on Fridays, we have a sheet that comes home with us as parents, but it's not really the way that the program was meant to be run. And so I'm curious about how we're kind of structuring that. I mean, I think that the kids are meant to sit in circles and discuss that. So that's something that I have kind of ruminating in my brain about what's happened with the Fridays. And I don't want to lose the benefits of that because I feel like even the little exposure my kids got when they were in person was really positive.
Yeah, that's great. I know that many of the schools, the teachers have begun doing a lot more collaboration in terms of like, let's get together, let's plan, and especially some of those that have just figured it out and are doing great are sharing. I know there's also more strategic plans to utilize those teachers to model, to have screencasts or to kind of run their own little mini PD. I know a lot of the schools are taking advantage of those teachers to basically help kind of get the other teachers excited about the prospects of what they can be doing. So I know we're working with ISD to kind of continue that process and maybe in a more, I don't know, formalized is the word, but kind of strategic, I guess is better, a strategic way to capitalize on those teachers who are doing such a good job. As far as the high school goes, I will follow up with terms of maybe, and I don't know if it's happening as much at the middle schools where that block of time might be getting in the way of students being able to access their teachers, but we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because my younger ones that come home from elementary, if they don't turn in a significant amount of work on Fridays, in fact, I would say out of my 5 kids, the elementary kids are by far doing the most on Fridays. And if they don't turn that in, it's counted as an absence. I mean, they have a really good accountability mechanism going on. I'm not seeing that with the middle and high school. Like, I know my kids are working because they're usually behind or trying to figure something out because COVID is what it is.
Right.
And it's not a function they're not working, but they're not checking in with their teachers and they're not necessarily reporting. And I don't know how that's being accounted for. And does that make sense?
Yeah, so we're following the learner validated attendance. So they are, at the secondary, they are looking at if they've engaged and things like that. So there is some accountability that's built into that system as well. So I'll follow up on the high school piece and kind of let you know more about how that goes in terms of operating more hours or staggering those hours. And then the second step, I know middle schools, a lot of them switched it from Friday, so they could accommodate that, and they're doing it primarily in person still, so it's part of their day because it hasn't recognized. I'm not sure, McKay, if you know anything, or BJ. Yeah. Yeah, so it kind of depends on the school, so we can follow up with that as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is that all? Okay, Mr. Wrigley.
First off, I want to thank all of our parents for being so understanding and supporting. I know this has been very hard on them to do this. I'm glad to see this comments from the parents saying it's not the best for me, but I know it's the best for our teachers. This has been an interesting school year as we've tried to honor the parents' choice. And by just not taking the easy route and going all home electronics, but being able to provide multiple ways of trying to keep their children in school and still providing a quality education. And I think what we found before we went to this model is we were killing the goose that was laying the egg. And so this allows the goose to go ahead and lay those golden eggs again and go back and have the opportunity to give quality education, which our teachers have always given in this district. This gives them an opportunity. So I thank the teachers for putting up with us at the very beginning as we try to discover that. This is so new. Nobody's done this before. Next pandemic, we'll know what to do. And hopefully it doesn't. But also for the parents that put on with this. I know there were several teachers that were very concerned that this was going to be going away as of this month. I've been talking to several. From my understanding, the board pretty much approved it for the rest of the year if necessary.
Yeah.
So if in fact the level step is high, and which appears that it probably is not going to go away before the end of the school year. We'll be lucky to get the kids back in more and get a little bit more, but the models that we're doing, this multiple support model, will probably go for the rest of the school year.
Right.
So we'll have to ask the patience of the parents to continue to support us as we do this. I think what I'm seeing from this stuff and talking with teachers and what we're seeing is that it's accomplishing what we want it to do. It's taking down the stress level of the teachers. It's improving the quality of our education.
Right.
We're still going to work a little bit on getting the high schoolers to work on Fridays. I sort of hear that's a 3-day weekend. So in some cases, so we need to try to figure that one out. But then for those students that are behind, I'm also hearing them say that it's been a lifesaver because they're able to catch up. Because this has been a difficult year going from one model to the next model to the next model. That's throwing them off a lot and the teachers off. So I'm glad to hear, I guess, assure our teachers, if it's okay, that we'll continue this.
Yes. Yes.
And now if in April everything goes back to normal, the old normal, we may have to reconsider it. But I don't think we're probably in the new normal for the rest of the year. And then hopefully now, if you want to go a 4-day, I'm okay for a 4-10. but we probably have to change society to do that.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, I just want to start by thanking you. This is just a very thorough report, and I love how you talk to teachers, the parents, and also students. And I also want to thank, I've received a lot of emails from teachers telling me how they're using it. So I really do appreciate them emailing me. And I mean, I think it's good and it's efficient. And I think for now we've got to keep it. We voted to put it in for the rest of the year. So I think we just need to go with that. But I do appreciate you gathering all the information. It's really helpful to us. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I do have lots more videos. So every now and again, I'm just going to shoot a few out to you. Like,
Oh yeah, I love the
right in your
video
data.
too. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the work that went into that.
yeah, the ed techs did all that for us.
Thank you. Is that all, Mrs. Schill? Are you finished?
Yes,
Okay.
that is all. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Millerberg.
I was going to say, I can't see what it says.
To do the 4-day school week, that I made a comment in board meeting, and some nice teachers made a T-shirt for me. And what it says is Pister and Pister. And I don't know if I'm the only one that remembers that meeting. I've carried this around in my backpack, and tonight I was starting to get Pister and Pister, okay? I think I was probably one of the strongest advocates for the 4-day school week. Way back, it's kind of like I was country when country wasn't cool. I was an advocate of the 4-day work week when that was not cool. Or the 4-day school week. Can I tell you that when you send out the video of the teachers, I felt like I was watching network news because the reporting was so biased, so one-sided, it was unbelievable. And I will tell you honestly, I was offended because it was so slanted. And I was also offended that we took district resources in a time where we've got so many people that are overworked and put together that video. I think your surveys speak for themselves. So I would really like to have somebody shoot straight with me and not spin it and give me the truth. And as I'm saying this, I keep thinking, you've heard me say it before. If they ever hang me for being a nice guy, they will have hung an innocent man. I am still very, very concerned, when we saw a little bit of this coming through about the homes where you have 2 working parents or a single parent and that parent's working, and what happens to the kids on Friday. I would like to see more information about that. I think it's interesting as we go through and I look at your slide number 9, which is the overall 4-day classroom learning schedule and Friday independence learning, has improved communication with my child's teachers. The comment on there, on average, only 21% of parents felt the 4-day schedule was not of benefit. If I told you that any one of our 5 high schools only had 21% not graduating, would that be a significant number? I think 21% is a significant number. And to spin that to say only 21%, where you easily could have said on average 21% of the parents felt the 4-day schedule was not a benefit. And that's just kind of what I'm saying, that I feel like I'm getting the spin. The other one is 60% of the students felt like they were being adequately engaged on Friday. Does that mean 40% or is that only 40% are not feeling that way? So I am in full support of continuing what we've been doing, but I would like a less biased report coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I have, I kind of picked up on some of the similar things that Mr. Millerberg.
But I'll bet you'll be
mentioned.
nicer.
Well, and other board members have said as well, what I saw in this report, and thank you for putting it together and for getting feedback from multiple stakeholders. I really do appreciate that. I think there's no question that the teachers love it. And I feel like where the question is in the data points that were brought up about 60%. That's not stellar. I think it's good, right? It's better than if the numbers were reversed. But also, as was mentioned too, I would like to know what the administration has planned to help improve engagement and the use of those Fridays. I feel like there's still some untapped potential there.
Absolutely.
And I also feel like that we do need to watch and look for maybe some situations that it might be causing that we're, prone to overlook those situations. Because there is such a need, and I'm not questioning the need for the time and to help deal with things at all. But I'm just thinking if we are, as has been mentioned, we're likely to be in this same type of situation as a school system I think we need to plan the rest of the school year, but how can we improve it? How can we tap into that potential that to just make it better, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think what's happening has improved the situation from how it was in early October. But those would be my questions, and I don't expect an answer right now. I would think that the administration would want to maybe take a look at it and have some conversations with teachers, with principals, with parents, and come up with some really good proposals. And I personally would like to request another report coming back in March. And so, I mean, we've had 8 Fridays, and the best I figure it is in March, we'll have another 8 Fridays. And maybe some of this data that you have right here can become a baseline, and then take another look in March and see.
No, absolutely. I think this is for sure an opportunity to grow and to learn and to see where we were, see where we are now, and then use what we've learned from the beginning of this year to move forward and to always continually be doing better. Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. I believe Mrs. Schill and then Mr. Wrigley. Anyone else?
So if we're having a report in March, can we have some kind of data on academic data to go with that? I don't know exactly what or what it would have by then, but I feel like we need to look at some kind of data, to see, is this working? Where are the kids? Anyway, so
Okay.
if you can think about that.
Yeah.
Work on
Yeah,
that. Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Mrs. Oaks and then Mr. Wrigley.
Specifically to that point, so I apologize, Steve. I'd be really interested in seeing, just because it's a natural gauge, but for instance, what AP teachers, how they feel that they're able to keep up in preparation for the content for that May test. How is it working with the Fridays off? I think
The pacing. and
yes, that would be an interesting gauge because it's more objective, right? Because they have national standards that they have to
Right.
adhere to. Maybe that's a good place to start.
Thank you.
Mr. Wrigley?
Just a question maybe for you to follow up on. I know with our high schoolers and our middle schoolers, I'm not so concerned about latchkey kids, about the parents being gone. And I've talked with the Sandy City Police Department, and we're not seeing any higher anything. So this is really nice that the kids aren't out in the street getting in trouble, it doesn't seem. But I'm worried somewhat about the elementary. And I don't know if we've got an idea of how many of the kids in elementary are really just latchkey. The parents are working and they're home by themselves. Be interesting to try to get an idea. We may have to come up with some other solution for those kids if possible. That would be the only kids, because those would be the kids who would probably not be able to engage as much if there's nobody there.
Right.
And
Follow up.
to do this for a short period of time like we have is one thing, but we're going to be asking probably for the rest of the year. There may be an issue on some of our kids. It'd be interesting to find out, especially some of our schools, the Title I schools,
Mhm.
how many of those kids don't have grandparents or babysitters or something to take care of them on Friday that we may need to look into and see if there's any alternative. Because that'd be the kid that probably needs assistance, so we can make Friday a productive day for them rather than just watching TV.
Right. Thank you.
Mrs. Oakes?
Sorry, I promise
No,
this
you're
is my
good.
last.
No worries.
Cindy. Superintendent Robbins sent us a great article from the Salt Lake Trib.
Mhm.
And kudos, by the way, to all of you who have made those results possible. I thought it was really interesting, though, that Jordan School District is taking Fridays and using it in part to help kids that have been learning online to come in and get additional support or reading support, partially because some of those numbers are lower
Mhm.
or they can spread out a bit. I do wonder a little bit with the elementary kids because, I mean, I have heard from some constituents that say, we don't understand why this is really necessary in elementary. The infection rates are so low, and are we just adding more of a burden to these teachers' plates by having to produce online content when they're not having that nearly as many kids quarantining
Mhm.
as in the middle and high school level? And I know that Alpine School District has done that. They've kept 5 days a week for their elementaries, and for middle and high schools, they've had Wednesdays off. I'm wondering if, I'd like to get your thoughts on that, some of those things.
Now or later?
Now
Okay. Okay. I was like, well, I can tell you stuff now, but I can't.
I think
Okay.
that would be something that they
As
could
part of-
discuss as a team
yes,
and then
yes.
report back.
We're good.
Okay. Other comments? So just, I was making little notes of
Mhm.
things that we would like to have you report back and some data points. So what metrics are we looking at to decide whether this is still, as in all things, there's a benefit and cost, right? So what are the metrics that we're looking at to make that determination? And then specifically looking towards some of those high school courses that have some pretty important deadlines that come up towards the end of the school year
Right.
to get measurement of how they feel like they're making progress towards accomplishing what they need to for those courses. Getting some information regarding some of the younger students that could be in a situation where on Fridays they are not maybe as well supervised
Mhm.
as, and what level of engagement I think in the learning that there is. Looking at, and along with that, I guess, would be the elementary schools, at what point is maybe again, the cost benefit
Of the 5-person.
might shift on that for the 5-day. And then looking at redesigning the expectations for the use of that day.
Mhm.
At the outset, I think you put a really great design together and made it clear for teacher expectations. But a lot of that was, in my recollection, was the conversation centered around teachers needing to become familiar with Canvas and how to use it and how to put
The
their,
multiple modalities and.
put their items on there. And maybe as that familiarity improves and increases, could more of the time be used to improve engagement with students. And so those are just some of the things that I made notes. Anything else, board?
One more thing.
Yes, Mr. Millerberg.
I don't know what testing has taken place so far this year, but I'm really, really curious, and this may be and it may not be related to the 4-day school week. But with the loss of that 1 day of instructional time, maybe not completely lost, but partially lost, are our middle school and high school students on track for where they should be? Or are we falling behind because of the lack of instructional time?
We can collect data. I know their second round, they've done like the RI, the reading inventory, the math inventory. They're starting, they're working with WIDA. Those, they've all kind of had first rounds, and then they have the winter testing that's happening now and into January. So we'll have a second data point to compare it to from the beginning of the year as we're coming back after the break, so we can get you some data.
So you will report that to us when you get that?
Yeah.
Because that's honestly one of my biggest concerns with the 4-day week.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
And the other thing is you survey parents. And I don't know exactly how you would word it, but I would love to have a survey question go out that says something about, does your child have supervision on Fridays when they're not in school? And if yes, does that create a hardship for the family?
Mhm.
Because that's the part that I'm missing that I'm not seeing in there.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, thank
Thanks.
you.
Okay, an additional thought, Mr. Wrigley?
Just really quick, you'll probably have to ask the teacher and the principal that question, because as a parent, I legally couldn't tell you that if
Right.
I'm supervising somebody. That's an.
It's a tricky.
So that's an issue. I couldn't tell you that.
Mhm.
So a parent and a teacher might be able to know DCFS issue.
You don't think the parents would know if their kids are left unsupervised?
Oh, I know they would know that, but I don't think they could tell us that without the clear.
It's an anonymous survey though, right?
Yeah,
Maybe if it's
If it's anonymous, they're not going to
it's
get into legal
anonymous,
trouble
maybe.
for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way to track it.
But we'll look at different
look
ways that we
into-
might be able to find information.
Into appropriate
Yeah.
ways to maybe obtaining that information.
Okay.
and I'm afraid that those issues may be greater in a lower socioeconomic strata than they are in the upper strata.
Okay, board, anything else? Again, thank you so much
Yeah.
for putting this report together on top of all the other demands on your time and with your team. We appreciate it. And we do appreciate that the teachers have reached out to us and shared some of the details of how they are using the time. And I personally look forward to a report in March and having some additional information and some signs that this time really is changing how and improving how students are not only learning, but handling and their experience. And as we continue to work through this pandemic situation that we're in. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item 6B, Annual Textbook Adoption Proposal. This is a second reading, and I will excuse Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, and I understand that we have Ms. Kenna Sorensen will be giving us this update to this proposal. Good evening. Thanks for being here, Kenna.
Sorry. Thank you. Nice to be here. On a personal note, I just want to say thank you for your support with my personal health issues that I've been having this year. So I've appreciated you reaching out and checking on me. So this is, as you said, our second reading on our annual textbook adoption. Amber was able to share with you last time that the only textbook that we're really looking to adopt is a third grade science curriculum. When she presented last time, you had asked her to come back with a few pieces of information about how the 4th and 5th grade implementation is going, and then we'll move back into the 3rd grade. So what we wanted to just kind of, again, provide you is an overview of our 4th and 5th grade. And you'll notice that as we continue to talk, our 3rd grade will follow a lot of this same information and the same lines that our 4th and 5th has. So for 4th and 5th, we started out bringing in a group of teachers, 10 elementary school teachers, to help facilitate looking at and identifying which of the curriculums they felt most comfortable with. They chose McGraw-Hill Inspire Science. With that came hard copies for the teacher kits, student consumables, online licenses, and leveled readers. And that's a 6-year contract for the 4th and 5th grade science. We had planned for a 2-day face-to-face PD training, but with COVID, we had to adjust that. We ended up doing 1 day that was an online introduction to all of the materials. And then the second day, we were able to get in a few teachers during the summer, spread it out, and had them participate in some hands-on science introduction of what this would look like with the new materials. And those who did not make it in for the second day were able to complete a Canvas course with some videos and everything, walking them through those experiments and just some of the other pieces of the curriculum. So as we kind of rolled it out to 4th and 5th grade, we were looking at where to put this into the elementary day. Because of the curriculum that was selected by our implementation team, we were able to highlight that there were a lot of literacy pieces that were already embedded into this. So we ended up taking 30 minutes from the ELA block and assigning that to be the shared time slot for science and social studies integration, content integration. Science takes about half of the year, social studies is the other half of the year. And the teachers seemed real excited, and we were excited about all of the reading, writing, speaking, and listening standards that were available with science content that could be used as part of our ELA block. So again, this just kind of shows an overview, depending on when the elementary schools are doing their brain boosters, of what that schedule would look like. But you can see that there is time scheduled for them to be in science and social studies 4 days a week. And Fridays is more of just trying to get it in through the ELA block that never drops below 150 minutes. So one of the great things that we liked about the McGraw-Hill curriculum was that it aligned with the national science standards, and we were able to modify and customize it to fit the Utah seed standards that we're required to teach. So McGraw-Hill is a phenomena-based science program, and that's new. So we've been talking to our teachers for a few years about the seed standards and how that is a shift in their instruction, and that we've already been introducing them to what phenomena-based teaching is. And it was nice to find curriculum that supported that same teaching strategy. So for the 4th grade, like I said, we purchased the teacher editions, consumables for the students, online access, which originally we thought was going to play a small part and just a support piece, and has become a much bigger piece for them this year. So we're finding a lot of good things, but we're also learning that there's a lot in the program that we still haven't become as familiar with as we would like. So we're going to need to keep diving into that. And the leveled readers have been great, and the cost was about $93 per student for our 4th and 5th graders. So that was approved last year. This shows kind of the overview of each grade level's supplies for the experiments that would need to be accessed. Many of them are consumable, but there are some non-consumables. And again, as you look through those lists, a lot of those things are what we already have in our schools, in our supply closets. And there was just a need for a few purchases along that line. We were also able to make, with the help of our implementation team, some phenomena poster sets. So for each unit that was taught, we were able to make a poster for each grade level that explained or kind of highlighted what the phenomena is, and then added the question that they would be looking at and researching and trying to get an answer to. We also made vocabulary words, since, of course, one of the biggest things with science is that there is a lot of new vocabulary in them. It is not vocabulary that is used a lot. So we made some vocabulary cards for the teachers to have, and we've heard good feedback in regards to both of those resources that we created. So we were able to reach out to our 4th and 5th grade teachers. 47 of our 4th grade teachers responded, 39 of our 5th grade teachers responded. And we asked them basically for what you learned during initial implementation that you wished you had known earlier, and then just share any tips, success stories, additional resources that you found that have helped you with your implementation, and then just an open-ended question on comments and feedbacks and ideas. So a few pieces, and I've included also a detailed summary that was on your board docs as well, that gives you kind of an overview of a lot of the similar comments that came back to us and highlighted the pros and cons that we're hearing about. So teachers really like the engaging experiments. I think that's always a fun part of teaching science. The student consumables, we've heard great things about those, and the online resources. So even though we had planned for those online resources to just be a supplemental piece, a lot of the feedback was that they're really enjoying it and finding them beneficial once they get through the understanding of how it works. So getting the kids online, getting them to just follow through with the format of the platform. Once they've got that, then most of them has shared it's a good resource. The access to the leveled readers, both in hand and online, has been a good thing for our teachers. Some of the things that the teachers don't like is the flow of the curriculum. So we knew this was going to be a concern because the national science standards and the Utah seed standards are not the same. So because McGraw-Hill has kind of prepared the program for the national science standards, that's why we had to customize the workbooks. We had to kind of rearrange some of the information in the units. Some of them at the national teach one content in 5th grade, but in Utah we teach that in 4th grade. So there was some realignment that had to happen, and the teachers haven't loved that. We get that. So we are, and I'll show you on the next slide, we're kind of looking to make some adjustments for that for next year. We also know that some of the teachers have felt like that supply list that I shared with you was not as easily accessible as they had hoped. So working with the schools is one thing that we're going to do. And if we have to come up with a better supply list or just make sure that there's some money allocated specifically for them to purchase that, that's one of the adjustments we're planning to make. Another piece of feedback was that more PD would be needed. And again, I think that's just one of our unfortunate COVID mishaps, is that a lot of what we had originally planned was for a face-to-face hands-on interaction. It was a little bit harder for us to get all the teachers in and for them to take advantage of the Canvas course and the videos that we had provided. So we will, again, continue to look at how we can support them better for next year. So again, the other adjustments that we are looking to do is for our 4th and 5th grade, we would look at the resequencing of the units so that they don't have to move from workbook to workbook, that they can do any and all from one workbook, be done with it, and then go to the next workbook. We also would want to simplify the curriculum map a little bit easier for them. Just redo our scope and sequence again to align to the units that they're teaching, to make it an easier flow for them to understand. And then, as with everything in this year, we have discovered that screencasts are a great teaching tool for our teachers. And so we will be creating a lot more of those explicitly to teach them about the online components and what we're learning as we go through it as well. So for 3rd grade, and that's the one that we are kind of here to talk about. We plan to do a very similar process that we did with our 4th and 5th grade group. We are already starting to look into this curriculum that we have proposed for you. We will be bringing teachers in with whatever curriculum we go with, and they will help us not only look through the curriculum, but prepare and identify lessons. I think that was one of the things we felt pretty strong about, was that the 4th and 5th grade implementation teams were able to spend some time in the curriculum, look through it, and pick out the big rocks, the most important pieces that they felt needed to be taught. There's a lot to teach in there, and with the time that we have, we wanted to just make that easier for the teachers. In April, we look to go back and make any changes based on feedback that we're getting from teachers, coaches, principals. Parents would also have the chance to review the curriculum as well. And then May is when it would go live, and we would begin looking to get the materials to our teachers. We are hopefully getting better at distributing our teacher materials before the summer so that they can have time to take those with them and review even on school contract time before the end of the year. And then one thing that we will add starting next year for all grades, 3rd through 5th, is we will have a Friday Google Meet open hour where they can call in or join a Google Meet and get their questions answered on a weekly basis of what's working and what's not working for them, and if they have questions about the implementation of it. So for 3rd grade, we have gotten us a deal, $6 cheaper per student. So $87 for the students for a total of $217.5 for all 3rd grade. And it would include the exact same things that we currently have for our 5th and 4th grade curriculum. I know last time you had asked, or the information we gave you for a sample for you to log in was not working. So we have updated that. It is now the 21-year instead of the 20-year password and access point. So you have that you can get online and look at the online resources there. Questions?
Okay, board. Thank you so much for that, presenting us that information. And this is a second reading, and we anticipate it will come back again before taking any action on it. And
I think we had.
so board, I'll turn it over to you for any questions or comments of what you would like them to bring back when this comes before us again. Questions or comments about the information that has been presented? Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Oaks.
I just to say, I appreciate getting a link that worked. If this is not your grandmother's textbook, it was interesting to go through it. Our kids are sure smart. You know,
They are.
It's not a complex thing for me going through that, but it was very interactive. And I think that's what our kids like nowadays.
Yes.
I mean, just a regular textbook that doesn't jump out at you. Will we eventually be doing this for the 2nd grade, or is this it? I mean, is this going to go down the next year into 2nd
3rd
grade?
grade is
first?
really kind of our tipping point. In 1st, 2nd grade, it's more just very simple introduction to science activities. It would follow the phenomena-based ideas and teaching, but I don't know that we would look for curriculum to support it more than maybe something we could create or help with.
Okay, so at this point, it looks like science is being taught in our classes about 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week when we go 5 days a week.
And I would say probably 4 days a week is what you're going to find, depending on when they do their brain booster schedule.
Yeah, because I know there was some concern that science was sort of kicked out of it. But
And again, it's going to be for about half of the year. So we asked them the first 6 weeks to do keyboarding, and then science jumps in. Science will end around end of February, March, and then social studies picks up as well. And we did that just because, hate to say it, but because our science is what is tested on our RISE, We wanted to make sure we're getting all of that in with time for them to review, and then our social studies comes in as well.
Great. Thank you.
Mrs. Oaks?
And looking through the McGraw-Hill resources, I think they look great. And actually, I really value this report more than anything for the opportunity to reflect on how the previous implementation has gone. I really appreciate you asking the teachers for their feedback. This has been really, really helpful to look at. And I appreciate that your takeaways as a department about how to better implement not only for fourth and fifth grade, but also for third grade next year. I am wondering, in reading through some of the comments, and I've had this experience personally with my kids, with the immersion factor, science becomes really complicated. And when I was on the SCC for Draper Elementary, that was something that we recognized, that the kids in the language immersion program struggled with being able to grasp and get science as much as they needed. And so at the time, as a group, we decided to put part of our land trust monies towards additional professional development for hands-on learning for a couple days over the summer. And it made a huge improvement in the scores, and the feedback I got from my kids coming home from that change was remarkable. I'm just curious what the plan is to assist with the immersion and to make sure that some of those teachers are represented in whatever group you're pulling together to try and implement and discuss.
I'm glad you brought them up. So you'll see a little feedback in there about the dual immersion and their experience with it. So just as information for you, we had heard early last year that USBE would be looking to create the curriculum for the new SEED standards for the dual immersion programs. So we weren't sure where that fell, but we knew that the English teacher in fourth and fifth grade, their responsibility in the dual immersion program is to support the vocabulary and do some reading supports with that. The actual experiments themselves most likely would take place in the target language teacher classroom. We found out that Spanish actually was able to find a curriculum that supported the new standards. French and Chinese could not find one. So they at the state started translating a lot of materials. Those materials did not become available to our teachers until later this year. So we had, not knowing when those would become available, we had invited target language teachers as well as the English partner teachers in fourth and fifth to come and participate in the training. We shared with them that you'll have this, we're going to give you the resources. We don't have it in your target language, but at least you'll kind of know what the others in your school are using and what we are doing as a district. When the state was able to get those materials, that's when they then started transitioning over to the USBE curriculum for science. I'm not sure, but we know that our English partners have loved being able to have access to just this curriculum in general, because they have felt that because it's part of the ELA reading block, they can do a lot to support just building the foundation of vocabulary and comprehension of those science units as part of just their curriculum block. So I think they're there for third grade. I think they've translated them all already. So that shouldn't happen for the third grade teachers as we move forward. Does that help at all? Okay.
Other questions or comments, board? No? Okay, I have one suggestion for when this comes back before the board. I know part of our, the process for curriculum adoption includes the ability for the public, parents
have
probably
access.
to have access to these materials prior to the board making a decision. So if you could include next time a report on
Yep.
those access opportunities as well as any feedback that came because of parents or the public accessing the materials.
Happy to. And I think the plan is to make, again, this password available to all parents so that they could log on as well, but have hard copies available in the ISD department area for them to come in and look at them.
Okay, and then maybe also, what, how this information was communicated out so that parents are aware that it is available for them to preview.
Okay.
All right, anything else on this item? And thank you. We'll look to be bringing that back probably in January, unless if you feel like you need more time, then we'll work with
I think that's
superintendent
kind
on
of
that.
the timeline we're looking at. So
Okay,
that would be great.
all right.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. All right, thank you. It's good to see you and thanks for that report. Okay, now item 6C, inclusion of updated state and health department guidelines into CSD school opening plan. And this is an item that we have designated as action requested, and I believe the reason for that will be discussed as they present. So I will turn the time over to Dr. McKay Robinson from School Performance.
Well, thank you, President Tingy and distinguished board members. It's great to be back with you guys tonight. But especially, I'm just especially grateful that the fact that we're healthy and able to be here in person, right? So wish to extend well wishes to any of our Canyons family that are not able to be here and are just sick or otherwise afflicted in other ways as well. So wanted to basically start off by saying, as you are all very much aware, COVID continues to throw us many different curveballs, and that leads to a lot of changes and updates that come along as we are basically apprised of new information and everything that comes up from our governor and just different departments and chairs and so forth, so on. And so my purpose tonight is to basically try and make you aware of some of the changes that have been taking place, but how those have directly impacted our reopening plan. And so tried to keep this very simple for you. You'll notice at the very bottom of the slides, we have a 47-page document that's known as our reopening plan. And rather going through every single page, I figured it'd be best just to notify you all which pages these changes are going to be made on once they are approved that way. And then also just simplifying it by keeping it all on the same slide, so we're not trying to jump back and forth to see what changes were exactly made. So first and foremost within our plan, it basically says if there are 3 or more students in one classroom, or sorry, getting an automated call from our wonderful school district. That's fantastic. But it says if there are 3 or more students in one classroom or involved in an extracurricular activity who test positive within a 2-week period, the entire class will be quarantined for 14 days from last exposure as determined by contact tracing. So that's how the plan currently reads, and these are the modifications that we would make here. First and foremost, you'll notice that we've separated them into 2 different bullets, trying to separate the extracurricular from just the classrooms themselves. It says if there are 3 or more students in one classroom who test positive within a 2-week period, the entire class may be quarantined as per current state health department orders as determined by contact tracing. So you notice we eliminated the days, the specific requirements that are in there, and part of the reason for that is because they are constantly changing, and we could easily find ourselves up here at the very next board meeting talking about 3 or 4 changes that have taken place since we did this in the last place. So we figured it would be easiest to simply link the state health department's orders into our plan. And so when that is an active link, and if and when you do click on that, it does take you to the current page, and the state has done a tremendous job with that page. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that or not, but they basically have the current orders at the very top, and then they have the past orders actually kind of archived in a separate subsection. And then even below that, they break it down into counties as well. So it makes it very convenient to access and to be able to read. And then in regards to the extracurricular piece, the wording has since changed to, or will hopefully change to, students and staff participation in extracurricular activities will adhere to the current UHSAA and State Health Department guidelines. And again, those are linked. The UHSAA website is not as well laid out, I guess, for lack of a better way of describing it, as the State Health Department. And so that's linked to the current document. So that is one that I would have to go in and change if they were to update theirs. Because when I originally found it, they had it under a news headline, and I wasn't sure if that was going to continue to refresh on that original link. So I just linked the actual document to that for that piece. So those are the proposed updates for that particular section. The next section is basically exactly what we just talked about. There, within different pages of the plan, there was a section that only strictly talked about this, where it says we will follow all recommendations. And again, it's like what we had on the last page, where we've changed the wording to student and staff participation in extracurricular activities will adhere to, and have those links readily available for those that access our plan. And then last but not least, we have the quite a lengthy paragraph there, and I'll just read the update. But what you'll notice is I just simply underlined the part that's the only change that we've added. But it says if any CSD traditional high school reaches a 1% positive COVID-19 school community rate, the district will engage in an immediate discussion with the health department on potential changes to the school district or school schedule or other precautionary measures, such as specific group activity and or event temporary suspension or cancellation. There's a lot of words here. The temporary adoption of a split or hybrid schedule, a change to an online learning only schedule, a 3-day school closure, and pivot to online instruction only to allow for deep cleaning and sanitation at the building, or other state-approved mitigation strategy. So that's really the only addition there. And then it concludes by saying the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to make decisions regarding mitigation strategies for schools in Tier 3. And then, as I mentioned before, we have the pages that are listed there. I did send you the plan as well and highlighted the different areas, so hopefully that was helpful as well. And moving forward, essentially, if we are okay with these changes, I would immediately make those, and we would get the new plan, updated plan, uploaded to our web district and school websites. So that's essentially the changes that have been made. Dr. Robbins has been gracious enough to volunteer to address any specific questions that may come up, because he's living and breathing this and having a lot of conversations all the time with state and local officials. So any questions that you may have regarding any of these modifications or changes?
Okay, board thoughts?
Thank you, McKay.
Questions, comment, or superintendent,
Yeah,
would you
let's
like
just
to
start with,
add?
first, I just want to thank McKay for his work on this. He's kind of the scribe and the architect of the document. So, he has that institutional knowledge from the beginning. So just appreciate his work in keeping all of this organized and straight. If we go back to the first slide, let's address a couple of these. So the first one on the update with the 3 or more students in a classroom, my understanding is, and it's likely that we'll get an update from the governor this week. One of the items that's been proposed is a change to quarantine, modifying quarantine rules. If there's a mask-to-mask close contact exposure during the school day, then the person that is positive obviously would go into isolation for the 10 days, but the person that has been exposed, if it's mask to mask, would remain in school. So that's my understanding, is that's likely to change this week. So that's why that adjustment is there. And I believe there's an announcement coming on that. As we know, sometimes these proposals get traction and then get pulled back. There's a lot of different players, as you know, involved. The second one on the student and staff participation in extracurricular activities, as you know, we've adopted the health order that all students participating in those extracurricular activities, as well as coaches and advisors, are tested with the rapid test biweekly. So that's why the three positive tests in any particular activity is no longer applied to that. Students are tested biweekly. Those that are positive are removed for the 10 days in isolation. Those that are negative continue to participate. Recently, there was some discussion about what that means with close contact in extracurricular activities, and we are back to following just the regular protocol with close contact as we were before. So if there is a close contact, we still contact trace, and there's a quarantine for 10 days with a potential to return at 7 with a rapid antigen test. So a little bit about that. So we've been through this cycle once with all of our high schools. Interesting, over 400 tests per high school in round 1. So this is going to add up quickly. That's a lot of tests, and we're into round 2. And I appreciate BJ and our nurses and our school teams that are doing this. It's a lot of extra work and effort to keep our kids safe. But in the first round, 400 tests per school, per high school. Alta had 3 positive tests, Corner Canyon 3, Hillcrest 6, and Jordan 3. So our positivity rate remains very, very low. So that's a positive sign. Then moving forward, just in the update in the document, this last element in the tiers in our response to COVID, the last line about other approved mitigation strategies. As you know, there's a proposal on the table, and it involves a pilot as it stands right now at the state. So it's still under evaluation, but it is the Test to Stay program. And I've in the update, hopefully you had a chance to read, and if you have questions on exactly what the protocol looks like. But essentially what happens is the state comes in, and over the course of a couple of days, we test all students in that high school once they've reached the 1% threshold, which, by the way, now this is just my observation, is that what I see coming is the state will also be transitioning to the 1% threshold, as Canyon's district is already utilizing that. So that'll be interesting. Or at 1,500 students and less than 1,500 students. So it's almost exactly mirrors our plan. But in the Test to Stay, the goal obviously would be to keep school open by identifying those that are positive and asymptomatic that are in the school. And so I've been working with Dr. Webb closely to develop some confidence intervals in those numbers in trying to determine exactly what threshold should be set so that we, one, accurately identify all those that are positive and those that are asymptomatic in keeping the school open. And he recommends 80%. The state does not have a recommendation on that, which is interesting. Up to this point, Granger High, Syracuse High, and Kearns High have been the high schools that have piloted this with mixed results. One of the recommendations going forward would be that, and we saw this with Jordan, which was in this situation going into last week, is at Syracuse, they had the percentage from the parent consent to test, but the students realized that if they didn't test and they didn't get to the 80% threshold, that it would trigger an additional 2-week Christmas vacation. So, they didn't reach the 80% threshold and went to virtual only. So, coming out of the break, this is interesting. about a week ago, my perception and understanding is that this would be offered to all high schools starting in January. In our conference call this morning, County Health Director Gary Edwards indicated that there may be a little bit of caution. If Nancy and Amanda were on the call, he mentioned that there may be some caution with that. The state is looking at this data closer, but for me, I think our thinking and approach is, if anything that we can do to keep our kids in school, the better. And so hopefully with the quarantine changing potentially, as well as this strategy, that it will allow us, one, to stay in school, to reduce quarantines, and to eliminate the whiplash effect of moving back and forth between in-person and virtual. So that's why that language is reflective of those potential changes. So essentially what I would recommend by adopting this language is that if we get into January and we get a school that gets to that 1% threshold, which, by the way, it's only for high schools, and maybe I mentioned that it's not for junior high, middle school, or elementary, but if we get a school to that 1% threshold, and that's included, then I would have the authority to transition a school into the test to stay program to keep the school open, if you're in agreement with that. So, and it wouldn't affect, in the beginning, in my mind, I was thinking it would affect the 2% threshold, but we got confirmation from County Health that the count resets to 0. So either way, whether the school goes into virtual or stays open through the testing protocol, it will reset to 0 cases following the 14 days that they're in that model. So questions, thoughts? Come on.
On the 80% required for test to stay, is there any requirement for faculty to be tested as well?
They made it optional in the pilot, and that was a question I think we're all wondering how that looks. But in those first 3 pilots, it was optional for staff. So that's a real, I will continue to explore that question with the state and county.
It feels like to me that if we want to keep the schools open, we need to take people out of the schools that do test positive, whether it's faculty or whether it's students. So it feels like they should be included as well.
Yeah, and that might be a legal question that we can explore with Dan, but that's a point well taken, because they are included in the total population. So, and it does highlight, quickly those that are asymptomatic. I mean, that's what we're trying to do is isolate those that are positive to keep school open. So, other questions?
Board, other questions or comments on this? Mrs. Shield.
So I am in favor of that test to stay. But are you saying that you think we should have the 80% rule? I mean, is that what you're proposing?
Yeah. I would propose that we adopt. Now, this could change. I mean, like I said, I'm working with Dr. Webb to develop that confidence interval. That we know that there's a certain percentage that are asymptomatic. We know that there's a certain percentage that are absent in quarantine. And so it's really trying to reach that threshold where we have confidence that we've identified the vast majority of positive and asymptomatic cases. So, if it goes lower than 80%, then, Dr. Webb's comment to me over the weekend was, are you really defeating the purpose of utilizing this strategy if we lower the threshold? So he said, and he's ran the numbers on it. He said, I would recommend 80% to achieve that.
Okay. I mean, I would just maybe want to be a little flexible, because what if we got 79%? I mean, I still think it's more important for the kids to be in school.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's
Well,
just my opinion.
And the messaging in this too, I think one of the things that we learned through those three high schools is we really need to take an aggressive communication and messaging approach. In the school set, one school, I won't mention in between the three, but one school utilized a real aggressive messaging campaign. I mean, they were actually calling parents from school, hey, you know, we're doing this testing program. You can give us authorization over the phone. We really need to make sure we get all of our students. Another school was not very aggressive. It was a lot more invitational, and you know, they struggled with that. So I think working with our schools, and now that we've learned from that and we've been able to talk through that with the county and state, I think in January we can come at it, you know, with a more aggressive approach. But I think that would be part of it, and part of that messaging would be enough notice to parents that that's occurring. I think, you know, one thing that we saw was there were a lot of parents that were kind of caught off guard that suddenly, you know, this strategy was being employed. So if we do this, I think when we get into January, that we really get this protocol out there and make, you know, our public and our patrons and parents and students aware that this, you know, this is a strategy that we could utilize.
Okay, that sounds great. I know that our locations can do that because they're awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Oaks.
I was just thinking that it may be in January that our teachers will have an opportunity to be vaccinated. And
We're
for
gonna
those
talk about
teachers
that.
that are being vaccinated, there probably won't be a need to test. It could be sort of a side benefit of being vaccinated, is you wouldn't have to go through this test process, probably for at least the end of the year.
Yeah. Yep.
And Mrs. Oaks.
So I just did the math. 80% of like Corner Canyon or Alta High School is about over 1,800 tests. So what's the plan of how we're going to administer that? I mean, how do you do that in a quick and
So over 2 days, right? That was one. So in those three schools, the school that reported to have more success utilized it over 2 days. And they were much more intentional and aggressive in that messaging. The other school that didn't have as much success was 1 day. So I think 2 days, and you know, talking with BJ, it's an all hands on deck, you know, aggressive starting early in the morning and through the day. So we would likely do it in a gymnasium setting, like we're planning with vaccines, kind of a similar type of setting, so we can achieve distancing and masks and monitor the situation and do the testing. But yeah, I think 2 days is a minimum with that many kids. So that's a lot. Yeah.
And just a quick follow-up question on that. In those 2 days, is school being held in person or online?
So during the testing, the school was open. They were running school as in their, now they might have modified, you know, done like a modified block and shortened the periods, or I didn't understand exactly how they set that up, but school was open during that time. The day after the testing started, either the first day of the 14 open from the test results, or the first 14 of the virtual model.
Okay. All right, board, any other questions on this? Okay, and Superintendent, you mentioned something about talking about the vaccine
Yeah, so
distribution. Do you want to do that now?
sure.
or-
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
I just want to say this is a ray of light and hope in a really dark time. And I want to first just express appreciation to the great scientists and health experts in our world, our country, that have really, I can't imagine, you know, the speed that they've worked at this to hopefully save lives. So I just want to express appreciation on everyone's behalf. And also, I want to express appreciation to our governor, our state health, and our county health departments for their work on this. So late last night, as you know, we received an email from community nursing services that we'll be working with, that the vaccines are on their way. So that's real positive news. We don't know for sure right now if we will receive the Pfizer vaccines or Moderna. Those are the two that are in play at this point. But we know that these vaccines come in 1,000 dose packages. And you may have heard the Pfizer vaccines have to be stored at 70 below zero. So there's some challenges with that. They also have a shelf life, so that also would impact how we implement the vaccines. Moderna vaccine, my understanding is, can be stored at more of a refrigerator temperature and doesn't have the same reaction that Pfizer does. So we got word from community nursing services that all employees in Canyon School District will be eligible for the vaccine, which is very exciting. Our target date for reception of the vaccine is the week of January 11th. So as we've talked through this now, we're kind of in our own warp speed protocol and plan. We've been working on this all day today, and everybody in the room has had a big part in that, in getting this off the ground quickly. As we speak, a survey is going out to employees, and I can't emphasize enough how important it is. If you're listening tonight, please open your email and answer the survey, because this is your way of securing a vaccine for yourself. And that's how this order will be made. So there's probably not a lot of wiggle room on those numbers. As you can imagine, the demand is very, very high. So all of our employees will have an opportunity to give us that feedback in the survey if they are planning to receive the vaccine or not. Now, with that, I might add, the Pfizer vaccine and Moderna are a 2-series vaccine, and you have to stay with whatever vaccine is offered. So if the thought process, well, maybe I'll get the Pfizer vaccine, but then I'll wait around and try to do something else, that's probably not in anyone's best interest. The Pfizer vaccine is a 21-day series. So right now the plan is, if we have the vaccine in hand, is that in that week of January 11th, over a 3-day period, we'll vaccinate everyone in the district, and then we would repeat 21 days from that date. Okay, so if you indicate yes, then you'll receive a notification of date, time, and place of where you'll receive the vaccine. Then Moderna is a 28-day series. So if Moderna ends up being the vaccine, we'll initiate the same protocol, but we'll repeat that cycle in 28 days. They are recommending that we do the vaccinations over a weekend, so that in the event there's any type of reaction. I followed closely today. I don't know if you all followed the nurses and healthcare workers that were vaccinated. Very little in the way of reaction and symptoms. They all seem to be fine and well with that. But we do know that you could have mild symptoms from the vaccines, and so we would look to schedule that over a weekend. And right now, just so people can start to think about this, that would likely be a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday if need be. And I know that's not going to be extremely popular, but with a shelf life on these vaccines and our ability to do this, I would recommend that it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday on potentially a holiday weekend, so that people have Monday to recover from if they have any type of reaction. So the survey will go out. That'll be open until Friday. So it's important that everybody in the district takes a look at that and responds. Also, they will require a form of ID when you come to get vaccinated. So we will have some security protocols in place that we'll work with. And then also those that have insurance that will be billable, but insurance is not a condition for access. So our part-time employees and those that don't have insurance still qualify for the vaccine. So Steve, Steve is going to be our lead on this because this is an HR matter, but questions so far, that's a lot to absorb. Mont.
Where do you anticipate this will take place? Will it take place at the district office, in the schools, or a hospital? Where will it take place?
Steve.
Currently, we're planning on, for Friday, over at Mount Jordan Middle School, where we can use the gymnasium, also the cafeteria as a traffic flow. On Saturday, we're planning on both locations, not only here, but also at Mount Jordan. As of the moment, we have 434 people who have responded to the survey in the last about 30 minutes, and 98.2% are planning on receiving the vaccine. So when we were talking to Corey with Community Nursing Services, he was mentioning he was thinking that we might have about 60%. So we'll just wait and see where that lands. Once we get the numbers and we close, then we'll identify what time people, what location, what time, send information that they need to complete prior to coming so that we can speed up the process, and also so we can make certain that we keep physical distancing available for our folks.
Maybe Steve, while Steve's here, maybe walk through just what people that are wondering, well, what will it actually look like when I get to the school where the vaccination is going to take place? What might that look like?
When you arrive at the school, there will be a check-in station where you'll basically need to provide your identification, show up during your scheduled time, that'll be checked off, then you'll go into a queue line, going down to where the vaccines will take place. Once you get into the location, there will be tables set up with the nurses from Community Nursing Services. You'll go there. Once you receive, you'll deliver the paper to them. Once you have finished the vaccine, we encourage the individuals to please wait for 15 minutes just to make certain that there are no reactions, and at that point, then they would exit. But we will have people to help facilitate parking, transitioning from one place to another so that we can keep things orderly. We've also discussed what do we need to do for an employee who is quarantined. We can't bring them into the location, but we have been dialoguing. We may be able to use the same technique that we're using for testing, which is through our underground parking, that they would just stay in their vehicle. But we still need to work that piece out and make certain that the nursing services group feels comfortable with doing that.
So one thing I would add to for all of our employees that are listening is that, as mentioned, the demand on the vaccine is high. And so I would strongly encourage everyone to accept the vaccine. I'm right there. I'll be accepting the vaccine. I hope everyone will join me. This is our chance to, really, it's the beginning of hopefully the end of a nightmare that we've been living through. We will be doing an information campaign. Jeff and Kirsten and our external relations team are all over this and really sharing solid resources for people to go to look at the facts, because I know, there's a lot of mistrust and a lot of questions around the vaccine. But as your superintendent, I am confident that this is the right thing to do, and it is a matter of public safety. And I'll be right at the front, hopefully, getting my vaccine for everybody to see that I believe in it, that much. So I would encourage everyone, make sure that you fill out the survey and respond to that, because what I'm a little bit worried about is that if we, we're not paying close attention to that, and the day comes that vaccines are here and somebody, forgot, didn't see, whatever, I don't know that there's going to be wiggle room. And if you change your mind, or you don't do it, or you don't follow through, because of the demand, there is potential that you could then move to the back of the line, I guess is a way to say it, and be, another 4 months or later to receive it. So this is a golden opportunity for, for our employees. And I'm so excited and, humbled by all of this. This is, I didn't know for sure if this day would come. So anyway,
So
other questions?
You're anticipating January 15, 16, 17?
So that's on a holiday weekend that that would give everybody, that Monday, as well as those that go first. I think it would stagger it enough that, we don't have everybody in the district feeling under the weather at the same time, that we could space that out. But we would have that Monday to recover, so.
We're hoping that we can accomplish this on Friday and Saturday and not have to go into Sunday. Currently dialoguing with them, we're planning on 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. A nurse can facilitate 25 immunizations or vaccines per hour. And so it's just depending upon how many people sign up and then trying to work out the logistics to keep, because somebody will probably be there for about 30 minutes. From the time that they walk through the door to the time they walk out. And so we need to be able to make certain that we have accommodations for that many people in the space to keep everybody safe.
Steve?
Question, are substitutes included within?
Yes, substitutes are.
Because I noticed we had like 5 out on quarantine, so
substitutes
that will be included with it. That'll help our substitutes when it come in substitute.
Other questions? Board?
One more.
Mr. Milliberg.
Do you have any feel of when you can anticipate that family members of our employees would be able to participate as well?
Gosh, Mont, that's a really good question. I think initially, I think education was in that tier 3, tier 4 group. And so just kind of looking at how I see this playing out is that I see the general public probably late spring and summer. To be honest, the fact that this has accelerated to this point and we're even talking about this tonight is, I'm kind of still in the shock and awe of all this. And, I had no expectation that email was going to come last night. So it could be sooner. I mean, I'm glass half full, and hopefully, we see this roll out faster. I think it's important to remind everyone listening too, is that this is all based on supply, right? So we have these plans in place, but if something, who knows, it's, could occur that changes that trajectory, then we'll be adapting to that. Which also too, of note, there is a chance that vaccines could arrive earlier than January 14th. But my understanding is that they'll take care of the storage if it comes before. Is that right, Steve?
Correct. They will handle all the storage. They will handle. Community nursing services will handle all the storage, the transportation, any type of billing that may occur. And the billing is not for the vaccine. The billing is strictly for the administration. So it's a very minimal fee that would come to the district for those who are insured by the district or through somebody else. But the goal is to get everybody in, to get them vaccinated, regardless of whether or not they have an insurance plan.
No cost.
There is no cost. No cost to them. There is a cost, but no cost to them. But please encourage them. And as we spoke with the folks, one of the things they mentioned is please be flexible, because just like with all COVID plans, they are definitely apt to change at some point in time, because you never know exactly what's going to happen. So, and we'll just play it by ear.
Thank you, Steve. Any
other questions or thoughts? Okay, Superintendent, thank you. And Mr. Diamond, thank you for obviously you guys have done a lot of work today for just receiving that information. So thank you for sharing what you've designed for this. And I'll agree with you, Superintendent. It is a welcome. It's a welcome situation now that we're looking at in being able to give our employees this vaccine, and with the hopes that it will help us turn the corner in this situation that we're in. So, now with that, I just want to clarify that we do have an action requested regarding the updates to the plan. And as you can tell, I mean, I personally believe that these updates are much needed because it does allow changes and flexibility in how we move forward with operating our schools in this school year. And so any board action would just be simply on those updates as have been presented. And the discussion about the vaccine distribution is an administrative item, and it is not a board approved plan or program. So I just want to clarify that. Okay, any other questions on this before I call for a motion?
Can I just add one thing
Yes,
too, President?
please, Superintendent.
So just also to, of note, I'd just like to also tell our nurses and BJ and our team, just share appreciation with our employee testing. So we're testing on average about 60 employees a day, which is fantastic. And I think that's helping to bring peace of mind to a lot of people, and just encourage our employees that, you know, if they'd like a test, it's happening in the morning, and our nurses are available through our drive-through ready-made test facility. So.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as was mentioned, this is the inclusion of updated state and health department guidelines into CSD school opening plan is an action requested item. So a motion would be in order.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to adopt the inclusion of updated state and health department guidelines into CSD school opening plan.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And now any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. I didn't hear him, but oh, so all of us here are in favor. So. Thank you. Appreciate that. So with that concludes the items on our agenda for new business. And now we'll move into the closing items, and I will turn the time back to the superintendent for a report, and then to our business administrator, Leon Wilcox, for his report.
Okay, thank you, President. I'll make this brief. First off, I just want to recognize and share just a little bit about this. We've talked about this before, but I know this morning in our conference call, and I appreciate Amanda's input on this with the superintendents in the county, but just the recognition that there are many that are suffering during this pandemic, and some have lost their lives even to this horrible pandemic. And I think it's important to recognize, as we've talked before, this balance of really trying to meet the needs academically, social, and emotional, mental wellness of our students, at the same time, trying to balance safety. for all. And it's not an easy task. And as we've talked before, during the pandemic, the isolation and the disconnectedness that this has caused is very real. And it's reflected in a lot of different ways. I don't know that, we can fully measure the damage that has been caused. We can identify it, the weaknesses that we have, and try to build on that. But I just want to recognize those that are going through such a difficult time, and let them know that they can reach out. They can reach out to adults in their life. If they're a student that is suffering, talk to someone, reach out to someone that hopefully that they trust, because it's difficult, to see any type of loss that we've experienced recently. And I just want to share my heartfelt feelings about that. But also express a great hope that today is truly the beginning of the end of this nightmare that we're living. I shared with you, I gave you a copy, if you're familiar with Doris Kearns Goodwin. As cabinet, we're just beginning to read Leadership in Turbulent Times, and it's looking at some of our presidents and some of their strategies and leadership moments that they experience that hopefully we can learn from and study together. So I just wanted to provide you a copy of that as well as we're reading that as a cabinet. So with that, just want to express my appreciation to everyone in the room. Thank you to our parents, our students, our teachers, our staff. I hope tonight's information brings a little bit of hope to everyone. It doesn't mean that, suddenly we don't have these protocols. We still got to stay vigilant. I've said this before, we're still early in the game. We're getting closer to maybe halftime, but we need to stay vigilant. It's a positive sign today. If you heard Dr. Dunn, the post-Thanksgiving surge was not near as bad as she thought, and not that things got a lot better, but her words were stabilized. So I think that is also some positive news that we can take from tonight with what we've learned about vaccines, that if we continue to stay vigilant, which will be difficult during the holidays, especially with the one with Christmas break coming up, that's a long time, and we understand that. But please do all that you can to stay safe, but also reach out to those that you love and connect with them any way that you can, and check in with them to see that they're doing okay. So with that, I'll close and give Leon some time.
Thank you, Dr. Robbins, and thank you, President Tingy and board. Yes, when Rick texted a few of us to ask to meet in his office, we went up there and we suddenly all have very, very big smiles behind our masks about this news. So we're grateful for this and that it's happening. But it's also nice to have this large logistical problem that we're now facing. We're trying to get everyone vaccinated. So we hope everyone will be patient and work with us on this, under this big undertaking. But it is exciting. It's an exciting time. Just a couple other things. I know a couple board meetings ago, we gave you a communications plan for the Midville boundaries. We've been out meeting with the principals and their admin assistants. One of the things they mentioned is holding they really strongly feel like we need to look at in-person meetings. And I think they're right. So what we've done is we've postponed this till after the break to get some more, to see where we are with the virus, and also how this can be move forward and get as much input as we can. We also need to make sure we have everything translated, into all these languages that we need. So we will be bringing you back another timeline for that. We do have an option. We've developed a tentative option 3 and 3A as well. that we've shared with the principals and that we'll look at sharing out to these communities as well as we move forward. And then we said last time, but again, just want to acknowledge Chad and his service. I don't know if he's still on the line, but all his hard work. And then also just welcome Holly Nybor from, she'll be representing my precinct 7. We've had the chance to meet Holly over the last couple of weeks. And so we're excited and welcome her to the Board of Education and look forward to working with her and all the insights she'll provide. And then again, I just hope everyone has a safe and happy holiday season. Please be safe. We're still in the middle of this pandemic, but again, please enjoy the time with your loved ones in the weeks ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate all that you do. And yeah, it is a welcome logistical challenge that we're working on. Okay, board, before I turn the time over to you for any comments, I just wanted to make note and ask Cindy if you'll make note that Chad was, he did vote in favor of that last motion, just was unable to, we were unable to hear that. So if you could include that in the record. And then also, just wanted to make note that for the Apex Awards celebrations, that the videos have now been launched and they are posted on the district website and as of today, as of this afternoon. So please, I invite all of you to take a few minutes and celebrate with the recipients of those awards. And we feel badly we couldn't do so in person, but that does not mean our appreciation and celebration of all that they've contributed to Canyons District is any less. So with that, now we'll I'll turn time over to board members if they have comments, and let's start with Mr. Millerberg.
Thank you. I figure I'm 6 feet away. The blue tape proves it, right? So I'm going to take that mask off, but Superintendent, great news on the vaccine. You know, and I understand that it's going to be in short supply, but as you look at having our frontline people, the people that are working in the schools vaccinated, that is one less person to go home to carry a virus to families, and probably in many cases, one most likely to contract the virus would be those that are out in the public so much. So that is exceedingly good news to hear that our frontline people, as well as I guess all district employees will receive that, but that should go a long ways to start the march down from the virus. And, you know, I think just a few things. I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I'm kind of old fashioned. I know I'm supposed to say Happy Holidays, but by gosh, it's Merry Christmas to me. And I am most grateful for those in our district that are on the front line, whether that be building administrators, whether that be the office staff people, if that's the custodians that are there taking care of the buildings and cleaning up and sanitizing, and especially grateful for the teachers. You know, we had a discussion at my house Sunday evening. My wife was a career educator, taught for 34 years. My daughter is a licensed teacher as well. And my daughter said to me, why would anybody continue to do what the teachers do? Why would they not just go find another job? And I looked at her and my wife looked at her, and it all boils down to, you've got people that are dedicated, that love the kids, and they love the rewards that come from teaching others and educating people. And I am just absolutely amazed the quality of teachers, the quality of people that we have in our district that day after day after day sacrifice to make sure that our children and our grandchildren are educated. And with that, I don't know what else I could say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
I'm going to say ditto to what Mont just said because I want to be fast. But I did attend the Student Advisory Council this month, and that was really great to be able to interact with the students, for them to give us their opinions, and I really appreciated their honesty, and we did learn from that, so I want to thank them. The second thing I just want to say is that today I got an email from NSBA, and I want the board members to know that the conference is still going on for NSBA. It'll be virtual, and there's still a cost associated. And the email was that registration opens. So I want you guys to be thinking about it. Do you want to do it? Do you not? And we should probably let Cindy know. So that is all I have. And happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and thank you everyone for all you do. And bye, Chad. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Yes, I would first off want to start and express my appreciation to our staff and to their backup supports to their family. Because not only have the staff had a very difficult 2020 that we'll be glad to see leave us, but their families have also had a difficult 2020 supporting our staff. So I wish each one of you a Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays or whatever we're supposed to say. I would also encourage you, I know this is going to be, we're calling it the new normal Christmas around our house, since we won't be having as many people here. But I would encourage you to reach out to all your relatives during this time of year. This is a very difficult time of year for a lot of people. And either through Zoom or personal contact or something, be sure to contact with all the people you would have contacted with. It was interesting this last week, I attended, or maybe it's this week, the Silicon Slopes had the Futures of Education meeting. I was able to attend, which talked a lot about the futures of higher education. Had both two University of Utah and the Salt Lake City program. And it was interesting to see what their thoughts were in the future. I'm also grateful, I think this on Thursday or sometime this week, we've got it scheduled to Senator Lee's supposed to be meeting with the school board people around the state to sort of get their input as to what do they think that's going on in regards to this. I'd like to express my appreciation also to our staff. Not only are we giving our employees the opportunity for some rapid tests, but we're giving them the opportunity to bring their children, which I think is brilliant, because they can't teach if their kids are quarantined at home. So that gives an opportunity to have their kids come back faster. And it also saves them the time of trying to take them down to the Maverick Center, or wherever else they have to go. So thank you guys for making that extra, making that extra mile or whatever. So other than that, I'm just so grateful for the last year being able to serve on this board with fine people and administrators who have risen to the top over this last year. It wasn't a great time, but as this leadership book says, leaders often shine during periods of time like this. And this has been a very major growth opportunity, put it that way, this year, since there's very few absolutes in this whole business in dealing with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oak?
So again, Chad, thank you so much for your service. You're going to be missed. And Holly, welcome to the board. We're excited to have you join us in January. So I had the opportunity last week to have my first town hall via a Zoom call, which is, I was nervous. I'd never done that before, but surprisingly, it worked out better than I thought it would. And we got a lot of great feedback. One of the pieces that I hadn't thought of until some constituents brought it up was the subject of summer school for kids and closing the gaps on their learning. And I thought that's something we're going to have to talk about soon. Some of them were looking for options through the state to do that. And they said some of the state resources are already full, even at the beginning of December. So that was sobering. And I think that might be something that we need to visit on a future agenda. the other thing that's been consuming my mind over the last week and a half is the subject of mental health, as Superintendent Robbins talked about. And some of you may be aware that we've lost a couple teenagers to suicide in the last couple of weeks. And this is something that I have thought about for many years, long before I ever ran for school board, but it's especially difficult to watch it happen to people that you love and that you care about, and to watch it happen as a result of kids feeling so isolated and overwhelmed. And as I've been considering this, I've been trying behind the scenes to get the attention of our state leaders about the importance of balancing out the narrative of what's being shared. We hear so much about COVID statistics, whether it's how much infection rates we have, or how many people have passed away, or how many ICU beds we have left. But we are not discussing adequately what our suicide statistics are, or other ideations, as well as how many mental health beds there are. We are hearing from parents within our district who are trying to get their kids acute mental health care in facilities like Uni and are being turned away because the facilities are simply full. I would like to send a reminder out, or a request to ask that we have the principals, administrators, or counselors of each respective school reach out to their parents and student body and lay out what resources are available for each of those communities. It's not just from kids that complete that tragic act where kids are suffering. I've heard from parents recently whose children have never traditionally had mental health struggles and all of a sudden are struggling mightily. And they've been asking for the resources, they've been asking for information, and it's made it very clear to me that there are a lot of parents that now more than ever are looking for that and need to be reminded of what's there. I know that we have the Canyons Family Center. I know that we have school counselors, in some cases school psychologists, and we have social workers. I know in one of the cases, one of the youth that was lost was the son of a friend of mine, and another mutual friend whose child was really struggling has been able to get assistance and help from the social worker at Corner Canyon. And I was really amazed to hear how helpful that was and how responsive the school was, and I was incredibly grateful. So BJ, I want to commend you and your department and thank you for everything that you're doing. When you walked in here tonight, you looked exhausted. And I know you have lots of reason to be. And we owe you a very great debt, to you and your staff. I also want to remind all of our teachers who are struggling, one of the things that we've been trying to do behind the scenes, and hopefully it's been adequately communicated or understood, is that we've tried to pull down barriers that have prevented staff from being able to get access to mental health quickly. And I would plead with you to please take advantage of that if you are struggling. As a district, we feel like that's such a priority, and we want to make sure that you have access to those resources. There's zero shame in taking advantage of those resources in a time that it's so desperately needed. And to our students, I want you to know that you're needed and you're valued. And this time we're going through is very temporary. It's not always going to be like this. I know for you, it probably feels like it's going to be forever because it's such a large proportion of your lifespan so far. But you are going to get through this. You're going to be better for it. And if you have any difficulties or needs, please reach out to a trusted adult or someone just to connect and express what your emotions are. It's normal to feel under the weather and normal to feel overwhelmed in these types of circumstances. But you will build resilience if you're willing to reach out and get help. And we're trying as a district to make sure that there are as many resources as we can reasonably provide. So with that, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And I hope that each of us have the opportunity, even with the quarantine, to be able to spend time with loved ones and to reconnect with them and with ourselves, and whatever form of spirituality or meaning that brings us peace. We're getting close. The news of the vaccine is such a welcome relief in so many ways. We're not totally there yet, but I want to thank everyone in this district that has tried so hard to help every staff member, every student, every parent. You guys have worked like dogs, and you deserve a break more than anyone I know. So I just want to leave that with you, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Iverson? Okay, no, we're not hearing you. Would you like to call in? Hold on. Is there a number he can call in, or I could just have him? You know what, Chad, why don't you just call my phone and I will put you on speaker. Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on. So just really quickly, I just want to thank everybody again. It's been a great experience, and sorry. There we go. Okay. I just want to thank everybody again. It's been a great experience, and grateful for everything I've learned from all of you, and I wish you happy holidays and Merry Christmas as well. Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Chad. We appreciate you and your service, and wish you the very best. And it's kind of hard to realize that, yeah, the year is ending, and wish you well as you move forward in your future endeavors. I just wanted to also say that I did participate in the Student Advisory Council, and there was some pretty sharp young people. And when I was reading, as was mentioned earlier, their comments on the survey regarding the Friday learning, and they are very articulate and well expressed, and they're very authentic in what they share and how they see things in their perspectives. And I just also, when superintendent thanked everyone in the room, my first thought was, okay, there's about a dozen of us here. And then I realized, no, our definition of what a room is completely changed. It has nothing to do with four walls and a roof and a floor. The room is all of us that are in this enterprise of Canyons District, working together, whether it's employees, staff, board, students, parents, patrons, community members. We're all invested in this wonderful, noble enterprise, and we're all in the room. So with that, I would like to also wish all in the room a very wonderful holiday break, and we do look forward to the new year ahead. So if there's nothing else, yes, Mr. Millerberg.
Just one quick comment. The USBA convention is in January. It will be a virtual convention. I brought bags and backpacks. Holly, there's one for you. It's in the boardroom. And if you would pick those up and plan on it, it's got the agenda, it's got the information you'll need for that conference.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that reminder. Yes, Mrs. Shill.
No, I just want to congratulate our board because it just came to me that at our meeting, our USBA meeting on Friday, we were one of only 14 districts that did the monthly challenge, completed the monthly challenge every month. So yes, so I just want to say good job to everyone. Good job to Mont for making us all do it, reminding us. Anyway, so great job, everyone.
And we have qualified for the second time now for the MBA, the Master Board Award from USBA.
Yay. Congratulations.
Good job, Chad.
To us,
Thank
and
you.
thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work on that. And anything else? Okay, seeing no other comments, I will adjourn the meeting, and thank you all.